gets disrespected, she goes. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. She's out the door. Once the divine feminine realizes that she's not going to the title that she knows that she holds, or she's outside of herself, she's going to leave. You cannot have the best of the worst worlds. Okay? That means that you cannot think that you can be in this atrocious relationship and try to do you, try to get your life back. You can try to do it, but if this person is still in your life and still around, and still in the bed together and all this stuff, energetically, it's not going to work out for you. Energetically, it's not going to work out for you whatsoever. So the best bet for you to do, the best bet for you to do is you need to let go and go ahead and chalk it up. All right? Chalk it up. And just as I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to have to get ready to leave that relationship, because you're going to have to remove that energy in order for you to get to the next level in your life. And then it may take time. Here's another thing that I want you to understand, to why I stress being more vigilant and careful about who you get involved with, how you get involved with them, how you end up sharing assets with them, and whatever it is that you do. Because there's so much of yourself you have to get back when you leave that. There's so much of yourself that you have to build again, if you can. Okay? Also, understand too, so also another thing that is ultimate for this, what else I'm going to tell you here, is that please understand that when it comes to healing, when it comes to letting go anything in your life that no longer serves you, okay? When it comes to anything in your life that involve, right, uh what needs to be let go in your life, is going to take time. And the longer you let somebody sit around you, and the more energy that you let sit around you, that's how much more time it's going to take for that healing to happen. Can you hone into your craft? Absolutely. Could you dig into your craft and ignore everybody and make shit happen? Absolutely, you can. But there's no guarantee. Actually, that is honestly, that is the best option. I feel like you go through a heartbreak, open up that laptop, open up that fucking easel, and get to doing your art. Just go in. Just don't give a fuck about the world. Like, that's the best thing that you can do. That's how you can get yourself back. That's the best thing, if you can. Because some people, after they've gone through all what they have gone through, it ain't really that easy. You know, it ain't that easy to just hop back in that shit. You feel me? It ain't easy to just be like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, it's just not that easy. So I say all this, that when You sit here and you are living your life, and you get to a point, because this is deeper than just, again, I tell y'all all the time, this is deeper than a relationship. This is people, this is everything around in your life, because everybody who does it, they all just want to bring you down to their level. That's all it is. They just want to, it ain't even about trying to humble you. They just want you down to their level. That's it. They know that they're miserable. They know that they're ugly. They know they don't dress better than you. They know they're not prettier than you. They can tell themselves that they are, but they know deep inside that they're really not, because you got something else into your beauty that they do not have. And they know that you will go out here and you go be with somebody, you're going to be with somebody better than them. And so they have to keep trying to pull you down to their level. And trust me when I tell you, when it comes to these pick niches in them, they hate to be ignored. They hate to be ignored. They hate consequences of you getting the fuck away from them and never talking to them again, changing your number, just quietly cutting them the fuck off. They hate to be ignored. And the reason why this shit happens is because they're needy ass bitches. They're needy. They need a lot of attention. All right. So that's very key for you to understand whenever you're getting involved in anything as such, when it comes to people, because what's going to happen is, if you do not understand ahead of time that, you know, what you're going to be getting yourself involved in, you're going to find yourself in a situation where your bitterness will put you in a position where you will not move. And you don't want to be in that position in your bitterness. Do you understand? You don't want to be in a position where, damn, I can't eat, I can't sleep. That's that grieving. Because the reason you grieve like that, where's my phone? The reason you grieve like that is because you have to understand you're grieving that way because you're getting rid of the energy that was around in your life. Okay? I have to go get my phone. 1 second, y'all. Let's put that over here. One second, y'all. I can find my damn phone. Give me a moment. We're gonna get back to it. You see my phone? Well, I don't know what I put my phone on either, though. I'm on this fucking Facebook. My light. Need that, but all right, let me get back to it, y'all. All right, so what happened is when you get to a point where you have to gather yourself back up again, right? That's when the frustration happens. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's when a real frustration and aggravation begins to happen, because you begin to feel like you lost something, right? You begin to feel like I lost time. If only I wasn't being so weak. If only I fought for myself. If only, if only, if only. And these are the things that is going to come with this path, right? And so, what you got to understand, right, as you walk this path, as you heal through these things, is the biggest lesson that's learned is how much you got to choose yourself first. That's just the facts. That's what it's all about at the end of it all, is you have to learn how to choose yourself first. And so when you have these experiences, I'm going to tell you something that is going to be cold-blooded, but you're going to have to hear me out when I tell you this. Everybody in your life must meet the frequency of what your life is. Okay? That means that if you are somebody who is dedicated, pay attention to the frequency. You're somebody who's dedicated to your art, to your arts and crafts, to a business, to making money, right? To connecting with people, and that's how you move, then that means that the people that become in your life, these people have to reflect that very thing that you have going on in your life. Okay? Do you know what I mean by that? Be careful, I'm about to be live on camera, so that means that they have to align 100%, not halfway, 100% to everything that you are. That means they too have to, that means, listen, that's what this means. Listen, okay? That means that you can't have a friend, right, who is married, focused on family, focused on that shit. Nothing wrong with it, but I'm saying focused on family, focused on their marriage, their relationship. It ain't gonna balance itself. You're going to energetically get aggravated and frustrated because eventually that person's not going to talk about things that you want to talk about. If you want to talk about your tarot cards, right? If you want to talk about numerology, if you want to get into something, that person for a certain amount of time, after a while, they're not even going to want to talk to you about those things. And the next thing you know, you're going to be drained and you're not going to even understand why you are so drained and they're still whatever. You have to be strict and strategic about how your life is lived, about who you put around in your life, about who's allowed to be a part of your life. You have to be strict and strategic about who is worthy of knowing you at that level. Okay? You have to be strict and strategic about how you manifest in your life and what are the people you manifest with energetically. I don't want to hear a bitch talk to me about her relationship. I don't want to hear that shit. But I could talk about film, I could talk about art, I could talk about movies. I definitely could talk about art, French filmmakers and writers, screenwriters, directors. Yeah, I could talk about that all day. Yeah, I could talk about anything that entails the topic of, oh shit, did I do that? Anything in the world of film. That's what the fuck I love. Acting and all that stuff. Because that is what matters to me. That's my frequency. And so when you begin to have a relationship with someone and it's getting disrespectful, they're saying dumb shit out their mouth, don't take it personal. Don't even get yourself riled up. Just politely exit. Trust me when I tell you. Don't feel weak. Don't feel like you need to fight. Just politely exit your way out there. Don't bother. Don't bother because they're not worth it. Because all they're doing in their tactic is trying to pull you down to them because that's what they want anyway. And this is why people, you see all this stuff where people get to a certain level in life and we get to see a family member that says they left me behind. People that say they betrayed me. They people who said that. And you look at these people and you go, well, damn, they needed to let you go. You look at Glorilla, you look at the Brorilla, and you be like, yeah, you were no good for her. You look like you're not doing nothing with your life. Looks like if she hung around you anymore, she wouldn't even be halfway where she is today. And so if you're not careful, you will be fighting for who you are. And sometimes you might have to fight for who you are. And so when you have people, or when you talk about the energy of the masculine and feminine energy, and how the masculine energy is like suppresses the energy of love and affection because it's like a distraction. I get it. Love can be a distraction. Feelings can be a very much a distraction. When I'm on my cycle, that's a fucking distraction. I'm so emotional, I'm ready to eat, and I hate it. I don't hate my cycle. I just hate the fact that I can't control those feelings that I get when I'm on it. I'll be like, damn, I'm on a perfect diet, but now I have to fight harder to stay on this diet while I'm on my cycle. And I can't do nothing about it but fight harder. You got to understand the harsh truth. If you're not married, you can't be around people who are. They're going to feel some type of way about you being single. They're going to feel some type of way about you being unmarried. They're going to find a way to always try to talk to you about marriage, or try to be like, because they're very groupie type of people. So you have to get yourself away from people in that frequency because they don't match you. And you have to know your life. See, I know my life. My life is pretty free. My life has been pretty free for a while now. And I know that anybody who's married will resent me for having that type of free type of lifestyle. Anybody who's married is going to try to come around me and try to interrupt what I got going on. Or anybody who's just insecure is going to try to come around and interrupt my life. And so because I am very aware of that, that's how I have strategy of who I deal with. I have my manager and I have my director. And then I have other people that I work with. And I keep it that way. Then I also noticed that I take in my hard lessons because I'm 40 now. 40 is a second chance at life. I take in those hard lessons. I don't play about those lessons. That heartbreak, I take that heartbreak in. And so it has taught me in life to take my time. It has taught me in life the better way to do it. Okay? Oh, what up? Why I see you on the wall, but I don't see you in the chatty? Good thing the wall is up. She took your mask, Daughter of Revenge. Hot Power Wig, what up? Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. You have to assume a new identity. You absolutely do. But when it comes to frequency and how I'm understanding frequency as I'm learning it slower and slower, you have to first know your own frequency. You have to first understand how your frequency works, your frequency habit works. I know that there's a lot of people that would not have the capacity to work the way that I do. I know there's a lot of people who will not lose sleep for the level of work that I do. Okay? And I know my frequency and how I work. And because I'm aware of that, I don't have certain people around me. Let me also note something else to you. Turquoise white home. Oh, that's an emoji, man. Y'all on my board, but y'all not inside the chat room. That's crazy. Hold on, y'all. I don't want to take y'all off the screen, but at least y'all on the screen. I can see y'all. It is okay. This is your Russian big sister. It is a woman. Your Russian big sister. And so, what was I saying? So when you begin to get into your own frequency and you know yourself, you don't want people around you, because I'm going to tell you something. When you're that dedicated, hardworking person, a lot of people ain't going to be able to handle your energy, or you're going to find yourself, if you're not careful, you will subconsciously hide your level of how much you can work. Let me tell you something. In my last relationship, she didn't like to stay at my house. And she said, because when I'm here, I can't sleep. And I knew that was my energy. She was like, when I come here, my bed is super comfortable now. That bed is purposefully comfortable. When I move, that bed is coming with me. Okay. And I got one of the therapeutic bed pieces on top of the bed. Oh, yeah. That bed is super comfortable. And I sleep very well in my room. Okay. So, Rissa, so she could not sleep in my room. All right. She's like, I can't sleep. I got to go. But that was my frequency. That was my energy. And so I have actually taught myself how to rest more. And I've taught myself how to accept how to just rest and get up when needed. I taught myself how to get away from perfection and do what I need to do when needed. I taught myself how to do that. And I say all that to you to say this: when you know your energetic makeup, right? Your energetic signature, you're going to move more strategic about who's around you and who knows what's about you. As a woman, I encourage all women to never show women how much you work or what kind of work ethic you have. Because when I sat down and I remember one day she thought I was not going to get up, right? I said, she thinks I'm lazy. And one day I literally got up like 6, 5 in the morning. I got up, did everything I needed to do, and I was ready to go. And she started seeing those qualities about me. And I was like, yeah, I used to get up 2, 3 in the morning. I used to get up 6, 5, 6 in the morning. That's how much I grind. And I was like, for some reason, I can't really do that no more. And it's okay. I've been getting the rest that I need because I need to still rest. Like this weekend, I really rested, right? Because that's what gives me the energy to fuel and get up and do whatever else I need to do. Women will also get in your way. Women are very distractive. You know, you sit down and you're writing something, you're creating something, you're working, you're doing work while you're at work. They can't stand that shit about you. You're watching your health, you're working out, you're hitting the gym, or you're hitting the gym at home. They hate that shit. Women cannot stand women who work. And that's something I also had to learn with these mammies and pygmishas, because these bitches don't work. They clock in and do what they do, but they really don't put in that work like you will put in that work. They're not taking themselves to work and going to school. You see what I'm saying? They're not doing that. So you got to understand that these type of things are all with a purpose. All right? So let's get back into that frequency. I want to say something. A lot of people, women especially, I want y'all to hear me very closely. You have to have a certain characteristic of energy around you. Okay? What am I saying? You cannot have clingy, leechy, needy women's energy around you, because that energy is succubus and distractive. None of you who listen to this show, none of you should have a friend that's bothering you, or a homie that's bothering you about why have you not texted her back? Why have you not called her? None of you should have that. I have one homie, I call her Cuzzo. She fine. I say what up to her. I check in with her, see how she doing. She see how I'm doing. That's fine. That's different. But you shouldn't have one that's really getting the attitude because she can't reach you when she's trying to call you. You shouldn't have one where she tries to make you obligated to her answering her calls or obligated to answering her texts. You should not have a woman like that around you. That's a fucking monitoring spirit. And that's someone who's a problem. And eventually they're going to try to project something on you. And that's the bitch that's probably just, she got some fucked up shit going on with her. And you should not be with her. You should not be with her and you should not be around her. She has to go. My biggest turn off and my biggest pet peeve is anybody who bothers me. And then I expressed that I'm busy. And then they still, that is a pet peeve that I have. I got my homie from LA. I'll be like, look, can I call you today? Can you chat? And she'll let me know yes or no. I said, I'll just text you then. She'll be like, cool. Respect, boundaries. A lot of women do not have respect and boundaries in their relationships with other women or with people, period. Not even just women, just people, period. It's out the goddamn door. Then on top of that, when you're on a mission like that and you're grinding like that, your mind needs to be clear. Your head needs to be clear. Whatever you're building, whatever you're doing, you need to be able to have full focus on that thing that you're building and that you're doing. You have to be able to build your hypnotic rhythm. Whatever what you're building and whatever what you're doing. Because I'm going to tell you something. If you sit around here and you let these broads get in the way of that, you're going to build a lot of extreme resentment. Trust me when I tell you. You are going to build a lot of resentment. And that resentment and anger is more so going to come from yourself. And it's going to come from the fact that you did not choose yourself. And nothing hurts more than that. Nothing in life hurts more than realizing that you did not choose yourself. Nothing in life hurts more than I allowed myself to go through this bullshit in a relationship. Nothing hurts more than that. It's not that, and shout out to you, you know who I'm talking about. So all of you who listening, because I know I'm intuitive, but just hear me out. It's not that you were stupid. It's not that you were stupid. Don't beat yourself down. Be kind to yourself. You were being the adult. You were doing what you felt would be okay. And that person fumbled you. But then you have to also look at your lessons and what you were what you allowed to happen. And you got to look at why. You got to be able to admit, my self-esteem was low. I didn't love myself. I didn't like myself. You have to be able to admit these things out loud. And in the moment you can admit those things, that's how you can heal from the moments of why you did that. Because the world will do that to people who are divine feminines. People will try to make us really not like ourselves. And they get, and I never realized this until I started really defending myself. I was like, these bitches are seething mad that I love myself. These bitches are seething mad that I do not give a fuck. They're seething mad that I cut them the fuck off. Because that's what told me how dumb these bitches are. How slow and tired and delayed they are. It showed me how much they don't have nothing going on. That's why love and hip hop and reality TV shows is their favorite topic. That's their favorite hobby. And they want you to join in on that bullshit. Everything is frequency. Everything is your own frequency and how you navigate it. But the key to building that will of your frequency is by every day doing the thing that gets you closer to whatever it is that you're doing. It's by every day getting closer to building yourself. So let me just give you more examples, okay? More examples would be this. More examples is, okay, so here I am, there you are, right? And school, writing, scripts, studying a lot of TV shows and movies, notebooks, pulling out old stuff, recycling, creative writer, creator, the creator's code studying, right? Talent code studying, all these different things I have for myself. That's my frequency of alignment. But there's also other things in my life that I'm doing on top of that, which is about a part of my adult life. But it doesn't stop me from honing in on the very thing that I'm truly want to do. See how it goes? Nothing's going to stop me from doing that, because life, work, jobs, money, I'm going to get that. I'm not worried about that. See, you have to have that level of a mindset, that level of confidence, because as you begin to build your momentum, the hustle is going to happen. The manifestation is going to happen. All of it is going to happen, no matter what. When you put that in your mind, it's going to happen. But you have to understand too, is you have to get rid of distractions. You have to remove the distractions. You have to remove the people who are not aligned with you. And you have to be ready to remove the people who are not aligned with you. It may be that you don't attend family events like that. It may be that you may attend graduations or important settings, but you don't attend other family events like that. It may be that you turn into a thing where you, how I say this, where you can't date. You can't date. Dating may not be something that's wise for you to do at this point in your life. Your dating has to be what it is that you're working on or what you're building for yourself. That's your dating. Your dating may have to be that you finish that course for school, or you finish, getting that degree for school. That may be what you have to date right now. And you have to be okay with that, because when you take this path, there's a lot of negating that has to happen. There's a lot of things that's going to get sacrificed. There's a lot of things that's going to change in your frequency. And you're going to start living and aligning to a certain type of life and or lifestyle. And so as you begin to live that life and live that lifestyle, that's how you're going to get to where you have to go. That's why you have to get rid of these people. They become distractive because these pygmishas and these mammies, the issue I have with them is that these bitches is always running their mouths. They're always running their mouths. They're always running their mouths as if they really have wisdom about something, that they really know what they're talking about, as if you can't see that they're bitter and angry. And there's a woman who is raging on about the film industry. And I mean, she says everything negative that she could think about the film industry. And I was like, I didn't realize this until like one day I got an email and I was like, damn, I missed the free class that she had first gave, because she has been talking about, she's an actor. I forgot this lady's name. And she was just going on and on about the industry. And I was like, okay, let me check her out. And then of course, when I didn't catch the free one, it was like, you got to pay some crazy ass number. I'm not going to put it on, just some crazy ass number. I was like, let me check her out some more. And so as I kept watching this lady, she just kept raging on and raging on. And I'm like, girl, as much as you raging on, why don't you go acting? Why don't you keep continuing acting and trying to get some films or trying to get something? Like, girl, why don't you be somewhere honing your goddamn craft instead of doing this shit? And there's another black woman who the same with her too. She was working as an executive in a very high position for the Sci-Fi Network. I think she was the first black woman to have that position, but then she's now advocating for other black women, she's created for other black women to be executive producers of their own stuff. And I think that's cool. Sometimes she be raging on too. They both got dreads. It's crazy. But she be raging on too about shit. But at the same time, she did build something a little bit more grounded than the other lady. The other lady just sound like she just complaining and shit. I don't want to fucking pay to hear you do that shit all day. Goddamn, it's all gonna be rough. We all gotta put work in. You all gotta put yourself out there. You just gotta do what you gotta do. You just gotta make happen what you gotta make happen. And that's just the facts. Whatever that may be. You have to invest into what you gotta invest into to make it happen, whatever that may be. You feel me? And so this is why I say the things that I say here, is because, like, for all my divine feminines that listen to this show, I need you to understand that you have to hold standards and you have to keep them. You have to hold standards and you have to keep them. That means that you have to, yes, a woman. I like those emojis. I can see the emojis now. Before I couldn't see them. You have to say, these are the signs of someone who's playing games in the text message. These are the signs of somebody who I can swipe on a dating site. These are the keywords that tells me a no. And you have to stick to it. Don't fold. Don't get too intoxicated. You have to stick to your no's. So if you say to yourself, nope, not doing that. I see this profile and it says something about their mental conditions and they got 5 fucking different mental conditions. Nope, swipe. See what I'm saying? Come healed, swipe. See what I'm saying? Things like that. I need somebody that can communicate this, that, and the third. You hold them up to what they say. So you get in that inbox, y'all get along, so you communicate. And if this person shows that they have no communication skills, you hold them up to that. You don't have communication skills. You said you wanted somebody to communicate. I came with the communication and you came back with nothing. Boom, gotta go. You make it to the date. Your first day on the date or whatever. The besties on the goddamn telephone. Swipe, nope. This will be my last fucking date. Lose my motherfucking number. That's the big red flag right there. I won't take this person serious. And because I am just not with dating apps or none of that shit no more, I'd rather meet people face to face. I'd rather get to know people. I put in the universe that I only meet people face to face, that I only vibe with people face to face. If they end up contacting me through social again, that's fine, as long as I know them face to face. If I do not know them face to face, I am not okay. I'm not going to deal with them like that. And if I don't know, I'm not going to take them serious like that because I don't know them. You feel what I'm saying? And so you have to build these standards for yourself, divine feminine. What up, B2BJ Zay? I'm streaming in 2 places, by the way, y'all. Yeah, I can't yeah, because I'm on the live and shit. Yeah. And so what has to also happen is another thing that I think that is incredible is I think that the beauty of having this information and having people to talk to about these things, to have these things in your hand and to utilize it in your life is absolutely beautiful. You are 10 steps ahead of many people in life more than what you know. The fact that you can read the books, the fact that you've been on your spiritual path since you was 19, 20 or younger, the fact that you have the experience of people and you actually went outside and you know the life of before this social media world became so big like it did, the life of being outside with people and the life of going to places and having a good time, that life, you can get back to that life again. And if you never had that life, which I hope you didn't never have that life, you can have it now. But you're going to have a life of being around people, because social media, you know how I can spot a person who's a social media person? They're socially awkward in the room. They don't know how to blend in the room. They don't know how to walk around and say hi and nod and talk to people and go to the bar and talk to the bartender and, say somebody, I like your shoes. Da, 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 da. They don't know how to work the room. They'll just sit there. That's a sign of somebody who's a social media person that probably be trolling and doing all kind of shit, and they go outside and they don't do nothing. I'm talking about somebody who just sit there. They don't got no interaction. They don't have no interest in talking to nobody. Like, they're not engaging energetically with the space. That's how I know somebody who's a social media person that they don't get out. See what I'm saying? And then there's other aspects of, let me tell you, you also want to put your frequency in the space of people as yourself, because people who are not as yourself are not going to get you. There was once an artist, and he was stating that he would travel 45 minutes to go to a talent show, right? He would travel 45 minutes to go to a talent show. And people would look at him like, you really want to travel 45 minutes to go to a talent show? And he's like, yeah, I'm about to go 45 minutes to travel to a talent show. And he had people who would try to be so discouraging to him. But this artist to this day has, 5-6 albums now. You see what I'm saying? It's important that you have to be stubborn. So if anybody tries to tell you no, you make that your yes. That's what I like about Beyonce. They told Beyonce, you're not going to be able to drive there in no 20 minutes, not from here. You're not going to drive. And her face was frowned up, like, who are you to tell me that I can't do it? And I like that energy. I like that type of determination in somebody. Even though they may not can ride there for 20 minutes, but they're going to get there for whatever they got to get there for, because I think she needed to get a hat or something like that. For anybody who watches Beyonce's stuff. And I admire that. I admire that level of drive. I admire people who have that energy to make shit happen the way that they do. You feel me? Then I also looked at how do I say this? I don't mean to keep going back here, but I agree with one woman, and she quoted it like this: you need to decenter men and decenter women too. That was the most powerful shit I ever heard this year. Yes, you need to decenter men and you need to decenter women too. Women need to be decentered as well. Women are too enmeshed. Women want you to circle around them in their life, even as a friend, and they have to, and that's not going to work for you energetically when you're trying to manifest things in your life. You're not gonna have it that way. It's not going to work out for you. It has to be a purpose. You have to be around people with purpose. What is the purpose of this person? What is this purpose? What is the purpose of this person in my life? What is the purpose of why I'm doing this? What is the purpose of, you gotta know the purpose of everything in which it is that you're doing. Because I promise you, if you do not sit around and understand the purpose of what you're doing, you're going to get distracted. Let me also get into something about the copycat, right? You have to be able to identify if someone is just mirroring you and that's not who they are. You have to be able to identify Pygmisha and the Mammy. Pygmisha and the Mammy need attention for everything. They always got a slick mouth. You always want to fucking take a pipe and bust them up the side of the head. They always trying to one up you. They always are talking high and mighty as if their lives are so much better when their lives could be worse than yours. They always got something slick to say. It's all because she ain't shit. Okay? That's what you need to understand. She's not shit. And she knows she ain't shit. And the life that she once had, life is eating up at her. Because a lot of times, Mammies and Pygmishas, their height in their life was elementary, 5th grade, middle school, and high school. These was your broads that was loud in the hallways. These was your broads that was fighting all the time or fighting over some dude or messing with somebody dude. These was your broads that was doing all kind of snaky shit, probably trying to get you beat up because you're pretty and you don't bother nobody or faking to be your friend. These were these broads. And what happens is their life comes back to them. How does it come back to them? By the time they hit this age and older, by the time they hit 35 and older, whatever it may be, they still got some dude they've been fucking since middle school. How is that even possible? They be having dudes that they've been fucking since middle school. And it don't even matter because even in the lesbian world, it'd be the same shit. It'd be some girl they've been fucking with since middle school. They have some attachment and some ties to somebody from their past. They don't let that go. They hold on. They are not people who move on. They're not people who are about changes and transformations in their lives. These people are also in an energetic space where they're very regretful. They deny it, but they're in extreme regret because they know they have not really done anything with their life. Despite what they've built, despite what they've done, they have not done anything with their lives, at least not what you've been doing with your life since you were younger. Social media has made it skip these steps so that people you would never fuck with ends up being people that you would fuck with. Let's call it what it is. People that you would never have fucked with ends up being people who have access to you. That's the word. They end up having access to you. And it's like, I don't want these motherfucking people to have access to me, right? It's like, I would never fuck with these motherfuckers outside. And that is what can happen if you're not careful. These bitches are weird. I've been stressing that for the longest. Hold on, I got comments here. Social, yeah, you know what's so deep about the social rejects? You know, it's interesting you use that word. These broads, these women who were like that, they had a popularity, but they were the troublemakers of the school. But they were rejected in the sense of they were always in detention. The teachers didn't like them. You know what I'm saying? They probably were in some dance class. Some of them probably went to the bad school. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That we the beauty of us who are artists and creatives like this and spiritually intelligent women and stuff like that, the beauty of our life is that we already isolated ourselves before anybody can isolate us. We may have got so isolated that we said, fuck it, we just isolate ourselves. We don't talk to nobody. We don't say shit to nobody. We don't say shit to nobody. And we keep it that way. And this is why these mammies and these fucking mammies and these pygmishas, this is why they hate us, because we have the capacity to be alone and be unbothered. We have the capacity to roll alone and be unbothered. We don't need the company of other people. We can walk alone. We can get on our bike. We can get on our scooter. We get on our skates, our skateboard, and we'll just be in our own little world and living our best life. And we don't need nobody to be friends with us. We don't need none of that. We're adults. We're the true adults. They're not. It's so funny because we're looked upon as like we're young and we're immature, but honestly, they're the most immature. We're the adults. Well, I don't go as far as deleting socials like that. I just let me check my other socials. I don't go as far as deleting socials like that. It's more around the thing of, you know, I learned to have a boundary. You got to have a boundary. Rule number 1, do not. If anybody's in your DM, the only people who get my attention in my DM are people I actually know. People I actually know. Like, I actually know you. I got somebody from my past. Cool as fuck. I was like, oh shit, I ain't talked to you in a hot minute. We share a mutual homie that's locked up right now. You know what I'm saying? And we go way back. We knew each other since we were 2021, probably younger than that. We go way back. So she up in my inbox and I talk to her anytime. I got my cousin. I be kicking it with her, cracking the fuck up. That's my cousin. That's one of my favorite cousins. All right? Kicking that shit. Feel me? Kicking the shit. Those are people I actually know. My whole family, I got family in the industry. They the only ones that I be in that inbox chatting with. My DM. I just got one of my cousins, I didn't even know he followed me back. I'm about to hit him up like, you're cuzzo. Okay? But those are people I actually know. And then I got my homies. That's how your DM's supposed to be. Unless you get a personal AI assistant to cover that bitch up and handle all your shit for you, then cool. But nah. So this is what I'm saying. Like, you gotta have your boundaries. You ain't gotta really delete no socials. That's on you, but you don't gotta do all that. I personally wouldn't go through all that. I have my socials the way I have it. I write down what I need to write down and keep up with what I need to keep up with. You gotta run things like a business. When you're on social media, you run that shit like a business. Get your pen and paper and write down everything, write down your passwords, make a little notebook that you can refer to and organize your shit. And get shit done that you need to get done. Run it like a business. Everybody, you serious, you sizing them up. Who are you? You're not playing with them, you're not kikiing with them, nobody's your friend. You gotta be very strict in that inbox. Because that's where you can get got. Trust me, I'm telling you from experience, you can get got up in there. Ain't no romance, ain't no connections. It's all people who trying to infiltrate, who trying to spy. They can't be trusted. You're going to have to start living life differently. I know it hurts. But I tell people, you're a content creator. I don't give a fuck if you don't show your face. I don't give a fuck. Your voice is out there. I don't give a fuck. You got to accept the fact that anybody can know you. I accept that fact. I'm on tag right now. Somebody could come in here and be like, oh, that's the lady that be walking to the such and such store in the morning. You don't know who is watching you. But those of us like myself who's called to do the work that I do, I do what I do. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, like, I'm gonna keep doing what I do. Like, that's the point. It's going to keep manifesting the way that it is. It's not going to stop. And then another aspect to also pay attention to is that, you know, you want to align with people who have something going for their lives. You want to. Let me tell you why. Let me give you an example why. And I want y'all to be honest with yourself when I tell you this. Oh, you can block all that. You can block all that. You don't have to let them suggest your neighbors. Here's the thing. What happened with me was this. What happens is, if you keep a certain frequency of a person around you, you will attract the frequency of that person in your life. If that person has very sorry ass relationships with males, you're going to find yourself experiencing sorry ass relationships with males unknowingly, subconsciously, not knowing where the fuck is coming from. It's subconsciously the word, not knowing where the fuck is coming from. Okay? You're going to find yourself doing things that you often do not do in a relationship, whatever the relationship dynamic is. And you'll find yourself, hold on, y'all. Hold on. I got to reload the chat room. Okay, good. I don't have to reload the whole page. I'm reloading the chat room right now. Yeah, it's okay to be paranoid. I just want to put my symbols in there. Oh, here we go. Okay, that's you, high power. Okay, that was you, high power wig. I don't be paranoid. That I don't allow myself to be. I've been maybe because I've been doing this since I was younger. I've been in that paranoid space before. I'm not in that paranoid space, but I'm very leery. I'm very leery and I'm very serious. I have my people that I go to do, the shop and do what I do at the shop. And then I have my people that what's the name? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I'm a client to their store and stuff like that. But I don't be paranoid. I have a purpose for what I'm doing. Like, I'm going to be public. I'm literally in the film industry. I literally do acting. My ass can be on Tubi right now. That show that I just did acting for, and when I'm going to start performing, auditioning other places, my ass can be on Tubi right now. Oh, they suggested, but you don't have to accept it. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to accept, though. You have to accept none of that. I always turn that shit off. I have my algorithm. You can set up your algorithm how you want it. My algorithm is set up for people in my industry. Anybody who's in my algorithm are people who are in the film. That's something I would want to know. If there's a shooting that happened up the street from where I'm at, I would want to know that. Yeah, but you can flip your algorithm to what you want to. It's about your algorithm. My algorithm is people in the film industry. So I get to see all the French filmmakers. I get to watch the French films. I get to my algorithm is very tight. That's why you see these people right here that's on my algorithm. Algorithm is very, very tight. So you have to set it up. Mine pops up too and I shut it down. I just block them. I just get rid of them. If I see you too much coming across my shit, I'll block you. That's just confirmation for me. If I see your face too much, that's an energetic confirmation for me that you're thinking about me or you're trying to find me or something. That's how I do it. I had a page and I was like, why so many people on this page? I don't even be over here. And I realized because people were looking for me. And then I also got an email like, we want to know, and people want to know if you're okay, if your well-being is good or some shit. I knew what the fuck it was. When I saw that email, I knew what it was. Like, they was really dead ass concerned. They wanted to know if I was still alive. That's what the email was asking me. Okay, yeah, you gotta tighten up your algorithm, love. Yeah, my algorithm, I don't even get news about people in this town. I get news about, I don't even get news. You gotta tighten up your algorithm. But for me, it's a spiritual thing for me. So if I see your face too much, that's a sign that you are trying to reach out to me. You're thinking about me. I need to keep an eye on you. Because I be seeing somebody from my childhood, from high school and stuff. I be seeing her, and I went to her page and I was peeping it, and I was like, I don't want to talk to her. we ain't got shit in common in our lives. If it was meant for us to be, we would have been. Or last time I was in NYC, we would have been friends. We wouldn't have been. I wouldn't be here. You feel me? I wouldn't be down here now, and now you want to talk to me. That's not going to work like that with me. I'm not going to trust you. We're not the same woman anyway. So I only have my algorithm set with um film industry people. I literally still have people from NYC, of course, people from North Carolina, and then I have people that's what's weird? What part is weird? North Carolina, and of course the West Coast. Because that's my frequency. Even Atlanta. I get stuff from Atlanta too. Because that's my frequency. You gotta know how to work your algorithm. I taught myself how to work my algorithm. When my algorithm is off like that, I had like too much religious stuff on my algorithm. I had to go back into my YouTube algorithm and I had to clean that bitch up because I didn't know where all that was coming from. So I shut all that shit down. I don't want that shit on my algorithm. girl. And then why you said that's real daughter weird daughter's revenge? Which part? Yeah, I don't get news of I don't get local news. The worst local news in this town was it happened right around where my mom was at. This girl, trigger warning, three people threw gasoline on her and set her on fire. She came out of to Family Dollar, the newest Family Dollar around the town, and they threw gasoline on her, three people, and caught her ass on fire. She survived, and her current boyfriend was her sister's baby father. I said, "You see that shit?" And then I found out from a young lady that that whole entire family is fucked up. That whole entire family's fucked up. And I was like, sound like it, because I see who they was mixing with. I was like, shit, that family's fucked up because the women who made all them kids, she was like 12, 13 making all them kids. And she was just pregnant every time you walk down the damn track. You see this bitch pregnant with a fucking baby looking dumb, having all them damn kids. And she had all boys too. Thank you, Daughter's Revenge. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's get back to it with the frequency thing. So the algorithm frequency is a great topic right there because, see, again, if you're not properly aligned and you start getting stuff in your frequency that don't have nothing to do with you, so then that's an example right there, high power wig, of what I'm talking about, where you have to start looking around you, like, who is in my frequency that I will get news about what's happening down the block, who's in my frequency that I keep having people that in my neighborhood that want to like, that's a sign that the people around you want to get to know you, and they probably want to know what your social media is. Do you see what I'm saying? So the algorithm is also quantum leaping too. It's also a frequency thing too. You have to read that as well. But it's natural. It's very natural for the algorithm to ask you if you want local people, family, people in your contact to be able to contact you. And my answer is always fucking no. My answer is always fucking no. I don't put nobody in my contact can contact me. Nope. No, sorry. I also have it where how do I say this? I also have it set up where I'm just tight. Right. Yeah, see that shit? It'd be like that. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be people who be trying to know you and know your life, and so the algorithm is picking up that frequency. I know that happens to me, but I'm not somebody that's easy to just get to know like that. I think people caught on to that already. Very, very aloof. I get quiet on that ass real quick. You try to ask me some information. People are weird. I tell people all the time, people are very weird. No matter where you go, people are weird. I don't care where you move to, where you go, people are weird. Some people weirdness is just out there a little bit more. I'm not letting nobody do nothing. I don't keep my pictures up anyway. Cause like my music artist page, I end up taking most of those pictures down. It did the job it was supposed to do. So I end up taking some of the pictures down. I still kept my videos up when I'm playing the instruments and stuff. But that entire page is cool. Like the Facebook page is locked down, so nobody can get on that page. That page got 1 million people on there. that music artist Facebook page is overwhelmed with fucking music artists and people on there. It's I have not been over there in a while. I'm scared to go over there because there's so many people on that fucking page. Yeah. Well, I always erase pictures and start all over. I learned that from artists. Whenever they have a new project, they erase everything. They clear out their whole social media and they start it all over. And I learned that from people from Instagram mainly. That's why a lot of artists have their Facebooks if it's public. The Facebook has pictures that's guaranteed that they won't take down. That's what I noticed that they do. But the pictures and videos, but on like Instagram and stuff, there's plenty of pictures they take down. I follow them. I've been following them since 28 to learn how to do that. Especially like Tyler the Creator with Something with Feet. Um, a lot of artists, Doja Cat, all of them. That's what they do, and I started incorporating that into my work as well. You have to you have to when you're in a public setting or a content creating setting or in any type of public setting, you got to have yourself guarded far more in this life. You gotta be far more guarded. I accept it. When I had did the acting for that scene and I was just a background character, but I was like, at first I was kind of nervous, but then I was like, I did it. I did it. You know what I'm saying? And I would have did it sooner. I thought I had to be in acting class. Always thought I had to follow all these rules. And if I had knew what I knew, I would have been all over them New York fucking series and shit. I would have been all over them bitches, acting and shit, playing different characters and shit, wilding out. Oh man, I would have did it. But now I finally pivoted into the film work period, and I actually enjoy acting, and I actually learn. I like to learn about acting as well. Didn't know that was something that I had a talent in. And so you see what I'm saying? Like, if I'm going to be acting, I'm going to be on the world stage. I'm going to be on TV. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to just accept that reality. Like, and I do good too. Like, I don't mind being a background character. I don't mind going to a show just to be a background character. Just to put it on my resume that hey, I was there. You know what I'm saying? Just to have that bitch on my resume, like, yeah, I did that scene. I acted for that scene. Hello? Am I back? Why does that happen? I swear, y'all, when I sit here and twiddle my thumbs, that internet does not go out. If I'm scrolling online on the timeline, that bitch will not go out. I promise you. And y'all know I'm not lying. That bitch will not go out. The only time that bitch go out is if I'm actually doing something with my life. Like, that's when the bitch go out. That's when the bitch go out. When I'm actually fucking doing something with my life. Like hosting the show or something like that. That's when I want to go out. And I be looking like, bitch, really? You don't want to go out when I'm not doing nothing. You want to go out when I'm very much doing something. Crazy work. Crazy, crazy shit. Alright, y'all still here? Let's get back to it. So, we're dealing with the topic of energy and the topic of privacy and the topic of, let me tell you something, and I'm going to just keep it a buck here. You have a right to be, skeptical. But for me, what I learned, that's the book, okay. What I learned in my path, right, is this thing right here. And this thing that I've learned right here is that, number one, right, is that when you make a choice to be in this type of space, you got to know what come with that position is simply that people are going to be able to pick that up about you, and people are going to be able to sense that about you. And you got to know that that's what's going on energetically with you, and why people become curious about you, because they can sense that you are more than what you appear to be, which to me is a good thing. I think that's a wonderful thing. Okay, I think to me, I think that it's a wonderful thing that you even have that type of aura. Okay, and you have that type of aura that it comes out to be a thing where it's like, oh, damn, somebody can sense this work that I do. Even if I don't talk, they can sense it. They can sense that I am somebody more than what I am. So you need to, like, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And you know it because when you be talking to people, respond to you when you really talk. When you talk in your very calm, relaxed demeanor, and you be like, you know what I'm saying? And you say the things that you say, and then you talk in your calm, relaxed demeanor, and then you say shit like, you know, and people just look at you like, I didn't even think she was that damn smart. That's the piece of you that's coming out. That's on your, you know, for what you do on the microphone, what you do on that camera. That's you coming out. And so you got to understand that that's what's happening to you. That's where the paranoia comes from too. I accept it. It's like the fact that, listen, I'm being for real when I say this. You gotta look at the fact that, damn, it is May 10th. Is it about to be my baby boy birthday? Birthday Wednesday. Okay. Have to also look at things like, how do I say this to you? Look at things like, what's your purpose for why you get on that microphone and why you speak? I have a purpose. I know I do. My purpose is higher. My purpose is higher than this. My purpose is higher than this. It's been higher than this. I wasn't ready. I'm supposed to stand up in front of an audience and speak. What I've experienced in my life, what I've learned, my wisdom, everything I gather from my notes from these two people here and the three people here. I'm supposed to be doing that. I'm supposed to be teaching what I learned. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Because I got so much life experience and wisdom. Shit. I got so much I've gained from it. And I'm only 41. I'm only 41. I got a lot of this wisdom when I was 25. So I am somebody that needs to be standing in front of people talking. I am somebody that needs to stand in front of people and answer their questions. I came out of some shit. There's people that tell me I wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have made it what you've been through. But I had to fight for myself to get through that. I had to fight for myself to make it. Because I done endured enough. And see, that's the thing. You got to be prepared if that's the calling for you. Because I know damn sure that's mine. Because I sit back now in my life and I look at these women. I look at how they behave, how they carry themselves. I look at these women, my own personal life with women, and the shit they do. And I be like, can't blame men for this shit no more. Told you. So I can't blame them for this shit no more. This y'all chicks, man. This y'all. Can't blame y'all. Y'all get what y'all get because look at how y'all treat other women. A lot of y'all, I don't give a damn that y'all fuck around and be studs and be with a man good. Take out the trash. Because a lot of y'all really don't want to be with a woman. A lot of y'all don't like us. You know what I'm saying? It be shit like that. And so there's a lot of things that I see that is much more than that. And then I also peeped a lot of shit with the polyamory world. Where do I begin with that? That's a scam. Polyamory is a scam. I never thought I'd say that. Even though I was poly at one time. Polyamory is a fucking scam. And somebody like me could not continue in polyamory because I would look at the mental conditions of these motherfuckers. Do you feel me? I would look at the mental conditions of these motherfuckers and I would be like, probably not me. Ain't no motherfucking way. Ain't no motherfucking way, Jack. And I'm being for real, like, I'm talking about people with severe mental issues. Girl, it seemed like they all broke. broken. I mean, I had one, she was 25, nice ass motherfucking car. She was like, you can drive my car. The problem I had was like, she was gorgeous, my type, everything. The problem I had, the one inkling and little itty bitty problem I had, y'all, was number one, she was 25. That was number one. She was 25. Number two, not only was she 25, she lost a husband. And I was like, ooh. She was like, he was the only man that was tapped in his feminine energy. And he was, when she started talking like that, I know what that talk is. And I was like, ooh, no, girl. That's some heavy ass trauma right there that I don't, that's going to blow up in my face. You get what I'm saying? They don't have money and they need hella roommates and they have mental Yo, high powered wig. Boom, bro. No lies told, my dude. No lies told, sis. No lies told in that sentence. None whatsoever. You heard? Out they mind, bugging. Word, like loose. Can I tell you some poly stories? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Hold on. I got some poly stories for your ass. Y'all gonna like them. So, first of all, a lot of them are in major denial. Okay, they're in absolute major denial. Okay, let's get that out the way. Damn, I gotta move this bottle. Okay, what am I talking about? There was a situation. Did I ever tell y'all about this? There was a situation with the girl I had started the band with. Man, I had so much fun in my band days, bro. But I'm so glad. I'm gonna tell you, I'm glad y'all mentioned this because I'm gonna tell y'all why I walked away from a lot of things. Even though I had a great time there, I walked away. So if you don't know, I am indeed a metalhead. I love metal music. I love punk rock. I love it all. I love Australian, Norway metal. I love fucking metal music, okay? And I love my experience there and I love everything about it. But there's also a extremely dark side to that world. And a lot of people in that world are indeed polyamorous. You good, Rissa? Okay. They are indeed polyamorous. And they are indeed very severely mentally ill, trans, binary, non-binary, and all that shit, right? But I'm going to get into my story. 1 second. Give me 60 seconds. So what happened is we just going to cover up people's names because, you know, V was into Lulu. That's a dude. Lulu already had 2 women. Lulu had one in Atlanta that he said was his anchor. That's what he told me. He was black. V is white. Lulu was also with his homie, like homie lover friend. You could tell she was best friends to his sister. I had like Lulu's sister, but she was too young. Like I didn't know she was that young. And it's so funny because the mother was more of my type. She was very gothic and stuff. Hold on. And so Lulu was with those two, and I didn't deal with his Lulu's sister because she was young. I didn't know she was that young. I was like, she young, but I. And so, plus, I think she had a boyfriend already anyway. So then, basically, V went and got Pregger. No, 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 no. This the band. This the band. The band. V went and got Preggers by Lulu. And I said to V, you need to tell this man that you're pregnant by him. And yes, I took it personal. I took it very personal. It's like he needs to know that you having this baby. I know you want to wait 3 months, that's fine. Because here's what happened. I'm gonna tell you what happened. I felt like I had a dream. Y'all know how it is. I had a dream. In the dream, the family got mad at me, the black woman, right? They got mad at me. The black family got mad at me because they felt like, why was you in our face every day and you never told us nothing, right? And I didn't know this family, but that's his family. But that dream told me a lot. Like I was like, yo, she told me that he knew because she did, right? And I didn't want that drama. So, anywho, let's get to the poly part. There was one chick, I can't even cover her name. Her name is Ash. Ash had issues. I believe Ash was older than what she said. I don't believe she was born in the 80s. The way she walked, I believe she was very much born in the 70s. I believe she was very much a Gen Xer. Okay, Gen Xers have a bad habit of lying about their age. It was something about her that screamed Gen Xer. She was very vulgar, high power wig. Do you hear me? She was very, very vulgar. I'm talking about inappropriately vulgar. I'm talking about old dad boomer joke vulgar type of white lady, like just vulgar. And so what happened is she one time we was at the I'll give you an example. One time we was at the vape shop and I said, that vape is too big. And she was like, that's what she said. And I knew I walked into that. That's cool, right? That's what they do. And she was like, size don't matter. Ask my dildo collection. And there's all these grown ass men and people in the vape shop. And I'm like, girl, like we all just ignoring her because like why would you say some shit like that at the vape shop? And so time goes on. All right, y'all, I'm back. I'm gonna tell y'all this. Look, polyamorous people are severely mentally ill. Do y'all hear me? They are severely mentally ill. Am I still cutting? Hold on. Let me see. It wasn't meant for me to talk about that story. That's why. Okay. Polyamorous people are severely mentally ill. Okay. Polyamorous people are in extreme denial. I've watched enough poly relationships to tell you. Number one, these people are getting a relationship so their partners do not cheat on them. So they're getting into a poly relationship for the wrong reasons. Number two, a lot of these people are just fucking freaky. Okay? A lot of these people are just fucking freaky. All right? Another thing, these non-binary trans people and stuff that's in poly, that's just for them to be freaky deaky with whoever while they're not in whatever identity they claim to be. Okay? And if you're very beautiful and if you see a circle of people who are polyamorous and you see somebody who's extremely beautiful and polyamorous, you know that something is extremely wrong with that person. Because people who are that beautiful, okay? People who are that beautiful will not be a polyamorous person. Somebody's going to snatch them up. They're not going to be that, especially if they're like unless they're married or something. And I've seen a lot of women be delusional and get played in polyamory. They be like, my girlfriend is getting married and I'm feeling sad about my girlfriend and she's getting married. And I'm like, he did that on purpose to take y'all away from each other. You're going to, you need to say goodbye to your girlfriend. You're not going to see her no more. She's getting married. That's it. They're weird. They're unhealthy. They argue over dumb shit. They argue over dumb shit. These polyamorous people be jealous and beefing low key. Okay? Let's say it be really highly manipulative. It'll be a woman who will see that the woman is doing what she wants to do, and then she'll want the man, and then a woman will have rules in the marriage like, nope, we're not doing that. That's not going to happen, and this, that, and the third. And she'll get mad. Like I had one woman, that retarded bitch was like, now this is the coven people I'm talking about, aka the fucking brothel, the fucking poly people. That's what it was really about. She was like, oh, everything she wrote, she didn't do none of this. She didn't do none of this. And he should be able to be who he wants to be with, because that's what makes it poly. It's not poly if she's telling him what he can't do in the relationship. And I said, well, they're not just in a relationship, they're in a marriage. That's their marriage. And they have an agreement in their marriage. And if she as his wife and him decide what they decide in their marriage, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with what she's doing. And so they have a delusional way that they try to manipulate, and when their manipulation doesn't work, they crash out. So it's like because these type of people, their intentions is to take somebody's husband and be a wife. Their intentions is to be in a solid relationship. Their intentions is to fuck everything up and have one person to themselves. I've seen it on TikTok where people have set it up so bad that they have crashed the whole poly couple thing just to have one person to themselves. Because the thing about Lena, she was like, well, if you feel that way about trading, what about me? What if I want to marry you? If I want to be with you? And I was like, whoa, shorty, you 25 and you just married to a dude. Like, I need you to go through your Saturn return, baby, before you know who you are and what you want to do with your life. I'm not putting myself in that situation. You feel me? And so that's what I observed about polyamory. No, they don't. They don't. They want people. The true poly people are freaks. Okay? You want to hear the truth? A true poly motherfucker is a freak motherfucker. I was being poly because I was like, it'll work for me as a music artist. It'll work for me for the work that I do. It'll work for me to, just have multiple people to just like, I don't have to settle down with nobody. That's why I was choosing to be poly. That was my lifestyle. Girl, do we got to talk about the goals and the ambitions, bitch? You want to talk about the goals and the ambitions? Do you want to talk about them goals and them ambitions that they do not have, but they act like they do? That music, truly being a music artist, I would have had to do it alone, right? I would have had to really do that shit alone, which would have been absolutely fine. It would have been absolutely fine. But here is the issue. I'm going to tell you the issue. The issue is I had to sit down with myself mentally. 1 second. Give me 60 seconds. Put you on a quick music break. 60 seconds. Give me 60 seconds. Listen, B314 Beverage Craft Radio, we back. Listen, I hit 40, and that's when everything began to happen in my life. When I hit 40, I started to realize, I'm like, look, this mad shit ain't working for me. This mad shit is making me a zombie. I feel like I'm fighting for my brain to get up and work and do the things I love to do. I said, this mad shit, I can't walk around here like other people and be like, oh, I'm severely mentally ill, and I'm severely mentally ill, and I'm autistic, and ain't even diagnosed with that shit, and not taking no responsibility for my life. I couldn't live like that. I've been through enough in my world. I've been through too much in my life to deal with that. You feel me? Too much in my life to deal with that. And so when I started to realize those things, I was like, yo, what the fuck? So I took my life back. I took my mind back. I took everything back. Okay, you are right. They do have attachment issues. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna turn that connection first. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I was right there with you. At that time, even when I was poly, I did not break celibacy, nothing. I was still unsexed by, I think I had like 4 years, 3-4 years at that time. That time goes by. And April 6th, 2026 is the last time that I've been intimate, and I don't plan to be intimate with nobody. So it's like I started the path again. Because once you do it, once you truly do a path of celibacy or a path of abstinence, as everybody say now, because they say celibacy is a vow, but it don't matter. Once you do a path of that, you'll go back to it easily. Okay? Like easy. I'm serious when I say easy. Like you'll be like, damn, I did that. And that's what I'm saying. These people, they're a bunch of freaks. Okay, let's make it clear. Not hard. Nope. They're a bunch of freaks. And they are using a lot of excuses. Okay? A lot of excuses. I'm poly, non binary, I'm mentally ill, to be fucked up and abusive to people. Okay? They do that to be fucked up and mentally abusive, and they don't want to have sexual boundaries. That is the ultimate truth about polyamory. If you're going to casually date, then casually date. I don't casually date. My last hurtful experience have made me slow down. That last experience made me slow all the way down. You hear me? It's like to go back in this world and just date like that. Oh no, it's gonna be a slow process for me to do that. And I'm talking about slow. I learned women can have sex with someone with no sexual attraction. They will go have sex because it's been too long and for ego trip. I can't have sex out for no me either. Sex not good out of ego. It's all performance, no I can't do it, period. What? I can't do that, period. I can't do that, period. All right? Can't do it. And because of that, it makes me be the way that I am in the way that I am, because these things are very, very important to know in your life, that you just got to be more careful. There are people recording their one night stands out here. Are you aware of that? There are people having one night stands and they're recording it. They're taking the camera and they're like, hey, I had a one night stand. And they got the camera aiming at the person they just had a one night stand with. Yes. Literally. People are doing that. One night stands and they're recording it. These people are nasty. They're fucking their own family members. That's why that's such a big thing on the adult sites. Fucking my cousin, fucking my stepbrother. And there's people that's actually with their own family. It was on the Raven show. Yeah, it was on the with Raven and her wife. What's the name of that show? I forgot. I end up unfollowing it. It was becoming too much. Yeah, somebody had wrote in and was like, I'm with my cousin. Yes, people revenge date too. Yes. She's like, I'm with my cousin. Me and my cousin are together, and we know we're cousins and we are together. And they were like, what? And I'm like, this is Trump. This is Trump era. This is what's going to happen with that whole family heritage shit. I've been called that out. I just felt ancestral. It just felt ancestral, all of it. But like daddy's fucking daughters type shit. When I read that heritage fucking shit. That people revenge date too. Hell yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you something though. Sometimes you gotta cut everything out. Okay? Sometimes you have to you gotta cut shit out and cut shit off and tune everybody out. Sometimes you gotta do that. And the reason sometimes you gotta do that is because that's another way that you can get back into your full frequency like you want to. There's so many days, I'm not gonna hold y'all. There's so many days that I wake up, okay, and I'll be like, I'm chilling, I wanna be with myself. Heritage Foundation, yes. And I'll be like, damn, something's pulling me to this microphone to speak. Damn, something's pulling me to this microphone to say something. Something's pulling me to this microphone. And because of that, okay, and I get here and I get on this microphone and I have something to say. Hold on, y'all. So, excuse me. I get pulled to get on this microphone and talk to y'all. I get pulled to show y'all something because this shit is beyond me. Let me tell you also about another thing. I love the music I was doing. I love the songs I wrote. I still have them. I love everything I was doing as a music artist. And the thing is, it was too much energetic distraction. It was that person here, then that person over here was they. It was too much. And mentally, I was like, you know what? I want my mind back. I want my mind back because what I saw in that world, right? And I've met awesome people. Don't get me wrong. And the music world is awesome, but the metal, whatever, it's I just. But in that world of metal and people, they are severely, severely mentally ill. They are severely mentally ill, very mentally ill. They're not dealing with nothing internally with themselves, which is sad to say, but they're not dealing with nothing internally with themselves. Then there is and then there is the aspect of just paying attention to what poly life is really about. It ain't all about what people try to make it about on these TV shows. Poly life is really people who are in major denial about what their life is and what they truly want in their life. Literally, that's what poly life is about. Poly life is people who are walking around here trying to make their life be what it's not and saying what their life is that it's not. And they're not telling themselves the truth about their lives. That part too. That's what poly life is all about. You see what I'm saying? And so because of that, you have a lot of people who end up getting extremely heartbroken in the world of poly life. See? You have people that end up in that poly world. Oh, thank you for that. I just saw that comment. They are all pick me's. Oh, girl. Yeah, that's fucking YouTube. YouTube has gotten strict in the chat rooms now. So some people, I think me, I can see if your comment gets erased or muted or something like that. But inside of the chat rooms and YouTube, a lot of people say that YouTube is monitoring now what people say. Oh, see, yeah, that's YouTube. I've never experienced that in my chat room before, but everybody has been experiencing that in their chat rooms. I don't know why YouTube is monitoring the chat rooms now. I yeah, I've heard other streamers say it. See, I can't see from here what you may have said to cause, YouTube to do that. Let me just try to come in here and just see if it's like a message or something. But some people, they can see from the chat room. They can see from the chat room like why the person is erased. Hold on. But it's not me. That's okay. I see your comments here, and I don't see nothing that's telling me that you were erased or see. It says put user add as a moderator. See, look, I'm gonna add you as a moderator. Timeout can manage block words and change chat modules in our live. Capable of standard moderators can manage block words and change chat modes and live. Okay, let me give you a high value position as a moderator. How does that work for you? Okay. Okay. You're a moderator now. You the shooter now. All right, one of my shooters. I wish I had the little green gun. Every time somebody's a moderator, you a shooter for me. But it's pretty peaceful over here. I don't need no shooters. Pretty peaceful. But no, seriously, polyamory is fucked up. I would not want any of my children to be a part of that. And polyamory is also polyamory is also no way. What are you saying that is erased? Is there a certain word that you're using? I'm not doing that. Wow, YouTube is doing that now? I gotta go to somebody live stream and see what y'all talking about. Cause I don't be talking too much in people's live stream. Yeah, I don't be talking too much. I kind of type here and there. Yeah. What? Why is it erasing your messages though? That's wild. Let me just say this though. Um, Getting back into the topic of polyamory, those people are the worst. If you really want to hear the real shit, those motherfuckers are the worst. They do not, they don't, they are like, I'm gonna tell you what I see. You have people who are poly, and then there's one couple who's polyamorous and they're grown, and they're like, let me tell you what's not polyamory, right? That's what they do. They'd be like, let me tell you what's not polyamory. Okay. And then they turn around and they say, this is what you need to be mindful of if you ever get involved in anything that's polyamory, right? And are people who are scamming, they're in polyamory. And these people seem to have a pretty balanced way that they're carrying on their polyamory. At least it seems that way. You feel me? But these people, okay, good. I understand. Good shit. I gotta take me a little quick break though. But yeah, like I understand it. I don't know what you've seen. I can tell you front row seat popcorn. There are people who are polyamorous, BDSM into kink life just so they can be seductive because they are that ugly. Because they are that ugly. Okay? And so that's why they're poly. Because they're trying to seduce people. Okay? All right? And therefore, yes, me too. I like to have a fun travel friend. But that polyamorous life, it's too mixed up. They're not telling themselves the fucking truth. See what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. And so the number and another thing too, it's like these people are just not telling themselves the truth. Have you seen the TikTok joke? It's called, it's like, you look poly, right? There's a joke. It goes, you look poly. I had did a show on it a while, maybe a year ago. I would say a year ago. And somebody was like, it's given Ron something house. And this is a place where people go and they dress like fairies. It looks pretty cool. It looks pretty cool. Like, it looks fun. It's like they dress up like fairies and elves and stuff like that at this place. And they do this like every summer and they get to work there. But every single person is ugly. Like, literally everybody's ugly. But they have a charming ugly. You get what I'm saying? Like a charming type of ugly. Okay? And so that's the joke. You look poly. So if you're poly and you're very beautiful, people like, oh no, something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. Every time I saw a girl, I got one story I'll never forget. It was this one lady who looked ridiculous. Like she looked like her self-esteem was very low. She was cool. I enjoyed her page, and she had her poly relationship going on. And it was a girl she was with that was super pretty. I mean, she was super pretty. She was super funny. She had a personality. She had a likability to her. And when they broke up, I had no interest in that channel. I was trying to find her, but she made sure she erased everything with her. And I hate that I did not follow her because I was so used to them being together that I never followed her. But I always liked her energy. When they broke up, I was like, let me think, let me look, let me see if it's going to be back together. Because, you know, this one, she has a husband. You know how that go. I said, let me see how that's going to work out. Let me see how, let's see if they get back together. Let's see what's, no, girl, they really, really broke up. They really, really broke up. And when they broke up, I was like, wow, damn, I'm not even interested in Shorty no more. I don't even want to watch her no more. And I did not want to watch her because I was like, you're not interesting like her. You're not funny like her. And it's wow because she tried to, like, in some ways act like her. And I never got into people's zodiac signs. That's crazy, right? All the poly people, I have not. Most poly I have known of always was fire and air signs. Oh yeah, Virgos can be into very freaky, kinky shit. Most Virgos are your adult stars. I told people that I did that when I first started doing radio. I was telling people about astrology and porn stars when we were able to say stuff like that. Did astrology and porn stars. I sure did. I had a whole show on it. I had all the porn stars. I had all their birthdays. It was a website I had. I had everybody birthday, everybody's zodiac sign. Don't ask me how I found that site. Those sites are hard to find nowadays. But back in them days, I knew how to find some shit. I was a master researcher then. I did a whole show on porn stars and astrology and porn stars. Yeah, sure did. Oh yeah, Virgos can be some freaks. Virgos can be some freaks. Yeah, Virgos can be some freaks. Okay, that's a fact. That's a fact, Chica. Virgos can be some freaks. All right, that's the anal queens right there. Okay, I'm just saying. That's some anal queens right there, baby. Y'all be ready for that. Y'all be ready for that. Yes, here it is. This is the argument. Okay, so like I said, let me see what else. Very freakier than Scorpio. Scorpios actually like to, people don't know this, but Scorpio are not just freaky. Scorpios actually be in relationships. Scorpios be freaky with who they with. That's why everybody get twisted about Scorpio. Scorpios get freaky with who they with. That's Scorpio freak. That's true. That if you find a Virgo that does that, that means that the Virgo, that means Virgo being a subconscious too. That means the Virgo has a perception of sex in themselves. That's why they do that. As a Mercury and Virgo, I can say that. As a Mercury and Virgo, I got to say that. I'm gonna give you an example of somebody who was a Virgo. Okay, I want you to hear this story. His name was what was his name? His name was he was a DJ. He was a DJ that was big. Okay? Big DJ back in the day with the rappers, right? And so he got caught with a trans. But he was getting caught with, like, the cop who was undercover didn't even look like a woman. It was a whole man in a dress. Working as an undercover, a whole man in a dress. And he was getting caught with these trans genders and shit in the street. And so Charlemagne the God, who is the cancer, was like, bro, I'm not judging your sexuality, but you are who you are. You can take it to the hotel privately. Why are you fucking them in back alleys and doing all this crazy shit? And I said, because he sees himself as disgusting. Okay? He sees it as disgusting. And because he sees it as, that's why he's fucking like that. See what I mean? So Virgos, I have heard a gay Virgo man say this. That's why I said they can do things and completely hate who they are and hate what they do. Virgos are very good for that. Yes. A Virgo man who was gay said, every time I have sex with a man, I just look at how we fuck and I just go, this is so disgusting. And I'm like, huh? Then why are you doing it then? Okay? No, I didn't say that I like to fucking wheelchairs or nothing like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, as a Mercury and Virgo, I get it. I understand where it comes from. But I'm telling you the mentality of the Virgo of, right. Yeah, oh girl. My vajayjay wouldn't get wet off that person. I'm just saying. My vajayjay would not have got wet, girl. My vajayjay would have scribbled on up like a goddamn prune out this bitch. You heard? It would have said whoop whoop whoop. That bitch would have shriveled up like a damn prune. Like, girl, you fucked what? Girl. I got to go. I got to go. See, let me say something to you, Miss High Power Wig. You got to check your own energy. Okay? I'm going to keep it a buck with you. You got to check your own energy too. You know, you got to be mindful of why, you know somebody like that. Okay? You gotta ask yourself, how the hell did you meet somebody like that? What kind of lifestyle do they have? And you know what I'm saying? Why energetically, with someone who would do something like that, you would know them like that. You get what I'm saying? That's the type of thing I'm talking about with frequency. I attract very grown people. They might be into BDSM. They might be into but they grown and sexy with it though. They ain't on it like that. You feel me? Like I mean for real. Like what's going on that you would know somebody like that? I would not want to know nobody like that. Oh, definitely low self-esteem. So this is another thing where I talk about frequency and getting into yourself to see like, okay, why did you attract even knowing somebody like that? Oh, there. So the plot thickens. See, you see, you did that. That probably was for you when I said that person from high school that I knew, and her name kept popping up, and I was like, I ain't interested. See, there, there's the reason. It's still energetic. Nah, it's still energetic. You get what I'm saying? Like you still associated with somebody who you fuck with that fuck a dog. You feel me? It's still energetic. Nah, no, thank you. Not judging you or anything. I'm not. Please, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just bringing the frequency. I'm bringing the message to you. Like you need, check them frequencies. Like, like why would you know somebody like that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I be telling my young homie, like I be like, look, man, you gotta be careful with these destitute ass chicks that you be talking to, and you in school and all this shit, and you going back to class and you going to school for what you're going to school for, which is not easy to go to school for. And next thing you know, your professors and shit is complaining about your hair and complaining about all type of shit randomly that I don't think is fucking important for y'all to get y'all degree with, but it's obviously important for them to the point you cut your hair. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand. I understand, but energetically, still, like could be a reason that you hearing all this, and then you like, oh boy, I couldn't be able to handle that. I would have to tell somebody to their face, like, you can't tell me stuff like that. You can't tell me stuff like that. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. You just can't tell me stuff like that. Didn't I have something with the recent mail and stuff? I think it's in this bag. Okay. Rissa, I found the extra trash bags. Yeah. Uh-huh. I understand. It felt destiny, like, hold on, y'all. I gotta go get me something for my belly. I understand it felt like destiny. You know what I'm saying? Y'all met at the pool party. I get it. But after y'all met now, energetically, look what you're learning about her. She thinks because she's talking about her ex that makes it different. But if you still fuck the person after knowing that they did that, then you're no different. You know what I'm saying? You understand? That don't make it no different. So shorty out here, you out here wow. Call it what it is. Feel me? And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think you should leave it at that. Don't moving in ain't the move. Yeah, that's not the move, bro. I'm just saying, because like I think about people and I go, so excuse me. Oh no. Nah, nah, nah. Dog food. No, hold on, y'all. All right, I'm back, y'all. Come on, I ain't in my belly. No, it's fine. Don't be sorry. It's okay. Girl, I'm so thankful that I actually, excuse me, y'all. Don't want to be rude. 1 second. Me one more bite in. Okay, I'm back. I'm actually satisfied that I actually did experience the life of polyamory, right? I'm satisfied with the fact that I got to actually sit back and experience people. Okay. All right, let me grab another bite to eat. Be back. My bad, y'all. I gotta get some in my belly. I was doing okay until I just happened. That was good. I feel in this position who are intuitive and public speakers, we have to be mindful of our energy with people because people are prone to share stuff with us. We might be we're not operated to know, right? So what I look at is that this person is, their sexual boundaries are so, their boundaries are not there. That they were with somebody that would do something like that to an animal. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the sexual boundaries that that person does not have. That's what energetically is bothering me. Mm-hmm. That's what will bother me. What else will bother me is how do I say this? This person just openly just talked about it like, man, would you believe that my ex did this? I don't know if I would tell anybody. Let me tell you something. There is something that my ex, her stepdad did. Her stepdad did. Okay? And I do not repeat that shit. And what he did was absolutely diabolical. Do you understand? What he did was absolutely fucking diabolical. And because of that, that is why I am the way that I am, and I move the way that I am. And I don't get mad because I feel like this, bro. I feel like, listen, the fuck. I sit back and I think about, one second, something caught my eye over here. Oh, this shit going in the trash. Fuck that. This shit going in the trash. The thing is, it is. My moon is there. I know. I know. Mm-hmm. They do. Sometimes I don't think they want to tell us. They end up telling us any goddamn way. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Clubhouse is a confession booth. Definitely the confession booth. That's why as a 12th house, I don't take things personal. People's attitudes and shit, I don't take it personal. My mouth is reckless. People be lucky out here. My mouth is reckless. My mouth is reckless, bro. But a 12th house? Mm-mm. Girl. Nah, that poly shit. I can write. I have a book right here called. I want to give this bitch back her book. Ask me about polyamory. I literally have a book called Ask Me About Polyamory. And the whole book is about the life of polyamory. And I really went by that book. But I sat back. Don't get me wrong. I still think about Lena to this day. I still think about little Lena to this day, man. Lena was just too young. Lena was young. I can't do that. I heard a woman on Kendra G that was 32 years old said she can go date somebody. Matter of fact, she was my age. She said, "Oh, I'm about to go date somebody. I can date somebody at 27." And she's like, "What? 27? That's young." No, I'm filter band up. It's different out here. I'm like, bitch, what's different? That's a kid. Shit, 20 something, anything is a teenager for me. I couldn't do it. Go be with a dude that's ready to get married or something. So that was hard what she went through. Like, motherfucker died from being sick. She's such a young girl. She experienced that from a marriage. Like, goddamn, girl. That's tragic. That's tragic right there. But that poly shit, bro, that shit have you distracted. A lot of these women be lying. They just want to control another woman. That don't happen. They be in denial that their husband is loving another bitch. Their boyfriends is loving another bitch in their face. Somebody getting treated better than the other. They don't understand spirituality. They full of shit. Jealous people starting shit. I got the update on V and the other two girls. Those two girls don't like her. She be coming with the baby and shit. The other two girls do not like her. And I told her when she was pregnant, I said, "You gonna keep this baby?" I said to her dad, I said, "You gonna keep this baby?" I said, "You know, he said such and such was his anchor, right?" And this bitch said, "Maybe." I said, "Maybe." That's a man. If he say that bitch is his anchor, you ain't gonna change his mind. Crazy work. Then I heard she was on her way to jail. Last time I heard from her, she was on her way to jail. And the mother was trying to get the Lulu to take care of the baby, but he didn't want to. He didn't really want to do it. I'm like, bitch, that's what I'm saying. Like, bitches like that are a problem. That's not a part of the plan. We young. Like, they was young. You know what I'm saying? Nobody trying to have babies and shit, bitch. Go get you an older man and go stop lying to yourself. You feel me? And do that shit. They young, chilling, smoking, partying in a band. Who the fuck would have had babies? Even my ass wasn't having no more babies. Come on now. I'm older than all of y'all. But I realized that it was a great experience. It was fun. But it was a valuable lesson in that experience because like I said, these people are liars. Okay? These people are liars. They are not polyamorous and free spirited as they're making themselves out to be. They are not. They are not liberated and free and all this bullshit that they keep trying to show y'all. They are not. These people really want to be loved. They really want a relationship. They really want to be a one person and one person only. Okay? That's what they really want. And they're in denial of that. I'm telling you this as a witness. And that's the facts. That's the facts. And I don't mean to laugh so obnoxiously, but I'm going to laugh obnoxiously because I'm so thankful that I freed myself, right, in my life, despite what I was all going through. I freed myself. I had wanted to work in a strip club. I had endured I was going through a lot actually. And the meds were good because the meds would like make me not think for a while, and I didn't need to think for a little bit what I was all going through. But then after I started paying attention to what was around me, I couldn't stand this. See, this is why Trump had to become the president, because this non-binary shit was really fucking people up. I couldn't stand people who was like, I'm autistic. I'm autistic. I'm like, what the fuck? Who the fuck wants to be autistic? Who the fuck keeps saying this shit? Like, what is this shit? Who done started this? I'm autistic. And then I watched a grown woman be like, I'm autistic. I'm severely mentally ill. And carrying on this type of behavior. And I'm like, who the fuck gonna respect you in a marriage or relationship if you carrying on like this? Like, ain't nobody gonna have no respect for you or take you fucking serious. You know what I'm saying? So there was a lot of aspect of things that I was seeing that was like blowing my shit. You feel me? Like, it was literally blowing my shit. Like, are you serious? Are you seriously sitting here, grown ass, hollering how mentally ill and how autistic you are, and you ain't even diagnosed with autism? Are you trying to be? This is crazy. Are you trying to be diagnosed with autism? Because let me know. Did I miss something here? Who is this? Oh, this is me. Perfect. I can send a copy of this tomorrow. Put this shit right up here. You get what I'm saying to you? And so it was that type of foolishness that I could not tolerate. And it's like, I don't want to be associated with this shit. I want my mind back. I want to be stronger than this. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, no, I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. Nope. Because you know what? I have met some wonderful trans men. Let me tell you something. I have met some very wonderful trans men. I will admit that. I have met some pleasant trans men. The ones online, I don't know where they came from. Okay? The ones online, I don't know where they come from. But the trans men I have met in my personal life, sardines, okay. Why do I have his social security? That's crazy. Always him. I don't even know I still have his copy of that. I have come across some cool ass trans men. The ones online that's doing the adult film, I don't know if they staged. I don't know if they paid actors for those positions. I don't know what that is. But the ones I have met have been the most coolest people that I could have ever known. And the most coolest people I could have ever known at the level that I have got to know them. Okay. Now, my issue was shade the day. It sounded like somebody I would like. My issue was with the whole situation and the non-binary and all the shit was that people were really eating up this I'm autistic shit. And I just did not understand that. I still like I didn't understand it. Like I've heard that name Shade the Day. Why do I know that name? I feel like they was some. Well, I feel like they had another name, but they changed their name to Shade of Day. I used to follow a lot of people. I used to be OD out here following a lot of people. Especially the trans. A lot of the trans before they became big. I used to listen to them talk all the fucking time. Boy, the T is the last letter in the LGBT. We're just isolated and pulled to the side. And that's why I knew when they got their rights, I knew them motherfuckers was gonna run them up. I said, y'all gave the worst people rights. They was gonna eat. I knew they was gonna run amok. I said, hell no. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know what y'all got yourself into with them trans. And they did exactly what I knew they would do. Exactly what I knew what they would do. Take over the women's sports, take over the women's bathroom, beat women asses and on national TV. Them motherfuckers is loose. We don't fuck with them. We only fuck with certain one of them. The ones that are decent. That motherfucker's over there. Hell no. Man, listen. Annoying. Yo, annoying. Thank you for that comment. You was reading my mind before I said it. Oh, are those sunflowers? I've never seen them look like that. Green? Those are so pretty. Girl. Anyway, so my bad, I got distracted online. So anyway, what happened is the kid do something for Auntie? Let me see. Let me see if there's something for Auntie. So what happened is, oh yeah, men are gonna be okay with all of it because we don't even have to go that far. My thing is this, okay? My thing is this. Hear me out. Hear me all the way out. Hear me all the way out. The thing is, you are a grown adult in this world. Okay? You are a grown adult in this world. And you're like, sitting here as a grown adult in this world, you're like, I'm mentally ill, I'm autistic, I got ADHD. When are you going to take your mind back? When are you going to take your life back? When are you going to take your power back? You get what I'm saying? Are you just going to sit there and be all these mentally ill things and not do nothing with your life? Do you get what I'm saying? Because, like, that's what I couldn't do. I couldn't find myself just walking around. Right. I just couldn't find myself just walking around here just saying that. Because I've heard these, like, these were adults. I'm ADHD. I'm ADD. I have autism. And I'm like, do you understand that I'm looking at you sideways? Because to me, when you say you have these things, to me, you're saying that I am not responsible for what I say and what I do. I have no responsibility for what I say and what I do. I have no control over what I say and what I do. You feel me? Oh, let me say something else too about the trans thing and a non-binary. Let me do a disclaimer because I'm on YouTube. It's not like that. Don't even come for me. It's not even like that. Facts is facts. That's my disclaimer. I found this chick that I have followed before, and I remember she said she wanted to move from. She said she was from New York. She was living in Florida, and she was saying she was ready to move to LA. And I saw her again, and she's officially in LA. And I'm like, okay, she's in LA. That's what's up. She manifested that, right? And I'm looking at her and I'm looking at her lifestyle, right? And then I noticed that um she goes off on people because this is another topic I gotta go on. No, they don't want to take care of themselves. She goes off on people and she's like, fuck Beyonce, she looked like this and that at the Met Gala. I'm gonna tell you. So she's like, I'm gonna tell you what the Met Gala look is. And then she was like, fuck Beyonce, my friend is suffering because of the war. Please send him money. And she looked like she need money, right? And so she goes in and she goes, I don't have no shame. Sex work, whatever I do, that's what I do. I have no shame. But you can see, she was like, when you're arguing with me, this is who you're arguing with. So she shows a picture of herself when she was younger. And I've seen these pictures before. And you can look at her and you can tell something is off about this girl, right? The way she's standing, the way she's smiling in that picture, you can see that something is very off about this girl, right? And so because of that, what happened is when I came across her again, I was like, yo, something is off about this girl. And the thing about people who are off like that and mentally troubled like that, those are the most dangerous people. Those are your people running down Rihanna's house. Those are the people that will stalk you online and try to hurt you. Those are the people that get jealous and envious and they don't know how to control that shit. You see what I'm saying? And this is, I'm going to say it, this is the problems with the trans community has caused. The mental illness, oh, my phone is shut off. The mental illness has went into an all-time low. And then there's things that come with mental illness in the worst type of way. When you're dealing with people who are mentally unstable like that, they're dangerous people. And no one recognized that. When you have a man in a skirt and clearly looks like a dude, he didn't even try, and he still has a beard on his face, and he's like, call me a she, and then he begins to start throwing shit around, and he looked like he just did a prison bid, and he started throwing shit around in the store, we have a problem. So it was a lot of chance. I was feeling more, I was being more devastated by the trans men because I was like, y'all turning into men, but y'all got men busting y'all out. That's crazy. And y'all calling yourself a man. And I remember one trans man I seen maybe 3 years ago was like, oh, I haven't had pussy in a while. And I'm like, so you a trans man and you just still fuck men. So what is it about? I thought the trans man was to be with the woman. You see what I'm saying? You see how women are contradicting? And I'm like, you don't even know what you're being injected with these men. And like, don't even get me started with that. Like, all of y'all just started putting dick, or like subconsciously, is that what y'all wanted to do anyway? Subconsciously, is that who you already were? You just want, like, there's a girl I'm cool with, and she looks like a straight up dude, but she dates men and she has a rainbow on her arm. I never heard her talk about a woman as girlfriend or nothing. And I'm like, and I remember Trey was like, she got daddy issues. If she looks like a man and she fucks men, there's some daddy issues there. Oh, I remember trans men before trans is a thing. And I remember when they first transitioned, they was like, they sweat more, they're more horny, their clitoris gets wider. Excuse me, I'm on his YouTube here. Yes, that's exactly what they were saying. Oh, that's what it's like. Okay, they said like the sex drive is at a high. And the next thing you know, they were fucking gay men. And it was like they were living dangerously. I was feeling bad. I was feeling bad for them. And you know what? They're in jail now. Can you believe that? They transitioned to a male and now they're literally in jail right now doing time. I don't know how much time. I gotta call my other friend. I want to write them. I do. I want to write them. Because it sounds like the friend don't want to say what happened. I'm like, I might have to just ask her, like, yo, okay, what happened? Why is he in there? It's crazy, bro. Because I had went to Facebook. I had saw them when I went to the job thing, and we kind of just kept our way because we didn't want nobody, like, we was at the job thing, and they looked like, I was like, oh, I catch you, bro. And so next thing you know, I go to Facebook. They're like, "Feed my brother." I'm like, "Feed my brother Z? What happened? What happened?" And then they be mad, emotional like a female. That's what's so crazy. They be mad emotional. You feel me? They be like, "Oh, please do not call me a she. I'm a he." And then they get emotional all on the mic. And like the dudes be saying, like, "Yo, as a man, we don't get the cry. We don't get the cry. We got to chuck it up and we got to handle it. We don't go cry online about how we feel. We don't do that." Women want it both ways. I'm telling you, women want it both ways. Women want to be a trans man, but then still get the rights to be treated like a fucking female. Like they want it both ways. They don't realize how fucking these people that do trans stuff, they're out of tune with understanding the biological makeup of who they are. They don't like who they are. They don't like who they are. That's just the point blank period. See what I'm saying? Like crazy shit. You good, Rissa? All right. I be looking at my baby pictures. I just be laughing. Yo, I'm so dead ass serious though. Like, listen, the trans thing, right? We should have never been a group of people who it should have it was criminal to have people that severely mentally ill and mentally troubled to ever transition their bodies like that. That was cruel. You know how many people I've seen on the hub, and you can see it that this motherfucker is slow. Something ain't right with them. And they're on there doing porn, like pornography. That's what they doing. And clearly you can see, like, it's like, you ever seen that person in the hood that's like, everybody know that she ain't right, that she's, she off, but she's built, like her body is, built. And so because they're dudes, if she shows any inclining of being sexual, which most of the time they are, you get what I'm saying? But then it's like, it's still a cruel act. It's a cruel act. You get what I'm saying? This country should have not allowed that. If it's a able-bodied mind person say, hey, I'm trans, and they go transition, then boom. But if this person is not an able-bodied mind person, they should not be able to transition. They should not be able to do none of that. And then we had a bunch of people. Why do you think these dances look like that? Then we had a bunch of disabled, mentally troubled people. Okay. That was also doing this dance where you eating outside and shit. Girl, this shit crazy. And I showed Trey a video, and she said to me, don't you ever bring no bullshit like that in my inbox. Don't you ever send no bullshit like that to me again. She said, don't you ever put no bullshit like that in my inbox again. Yes, they was doing all of it at the same time, because I saw people who were detransitioning that were older. And then I saw one young lady on YouTube that was like, look, when I went to therapy, I decided I'm not going to go through my transition. I started digging into my life and what happened and why I want to transition into a man. And once I digged into that, now I'm going to remain a girl. I'm going to remain a woman, right? So that's why I say it was criminal. Criminal. Have you seen? Let me tell you how I know it is like fucked up. Have you ever seen the penis of a trans man? I'm trying to talk as low as I can on YouTube. Won't catch my fucking talking. Have you seen it? It's a piece of meat that's surgically over the vagina. Not the vagina, but where the clitoris stuff is at, like where a penis would be. And it's meat sewed over it. So she actually has a penis, but it doesn't erect like a penis. And I promise you, I watched this one couple, and I watched them, and I said, that trans man wants to fuck a man. They want dick. They don't want pussy. You see how this shit works? Yes, I knew you with philoplasty. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like it flips over. Oh, where did it go? It flips over. Oh, say word. Say word. It don't look safe. And it don't make sense because it's like it doesn't erect. So it doesn't erect like a real. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was criminal what America was doing to people. It was criminal to transition a child. That shit was criminal, bro. They were diabolical with it. I'm talking about diabolical. Yeah. The pipes, the holes. I was wondering how they was going to piss with that thing. Girl, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And so this is why I say online dating has been corrupted. You're literally, when that book said that most people online, the book attached, when it says that the people who are online are avoidance, that told me enough of what I needed to know. Okay? That told me enough of what I needed to know. And that's why I'm like, I don't fuck with people online dating. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not feeling it. I don't trust it. I can't do it. I need human interactions. And then, oh man, I've met a lot of trans people, but I am also an artist, a creative. So I've met some trans people who are just androgynous and they were incredible models and they were incredible artists and incredible fucking just incredible models, okay? And they could wear anything. And they were just all around beautiful people. And unfortunately, these animals got loose and they have given us the image of the trans. And I can say to you that I know a lot of trans who just do not conduct themselves like that. And the only trans that I have ever known to be a little crazy in the head was always the ones who came from prison. You see? And nobody wants to talk about that part of it. The ones who came from prison. And then they had the nerve to have a whole show on a trans named Jazz. But Jazz's grandmother was like, look, Jazz still knew because she was the grandmother. She said, Jazz, look, you're going to get horny. You're going to want to have sex. Because that was the boy. She knew. She knew them hormones was going to stop the boy hormones. And Jazz was trying to fuck the girlfriend, the female friend. The poor girl had no idea that she was becoming a victim of Jazz. And I said, look at this shit here. Is anybody paying attention? And Jazz went from being dressed, swimming in the water like a mermaid to fucking, and this is when I said, y'all motherfuckers are sick because children don't have sexualities. They're children. There's no sexual identity with a child. They're children. You know what I'm saying? And that's when everybody knew the whole agenda was for there to be no boundaries of who fucked who. That's what it was all about. See how Power Wig, you see how your that girl did that with that poor dog, right? That's what they wanted. They wanted it to go to that level where it was no boundaries. You know what I'm saying? And you see how disturbing that can be, like, and more disturbing that somebody would come behind somebody and still be intimate with them knowing they did that. Like, that's the level of what they wanted it to be. And from my research, transgenderism was always called the third sex. You got to do your own research. There's a whole French book called The Third Sex, and they're talking about trans. This shit is not new. This shit was going on since the 1600s with men, with European men. They was doing some real dark level of magic with that trans shit. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Because there was no way. I sit here and I watch, the Pornhub shit, and I be like, this is a trans man. This is a man. What? This motherfucker look off. Even when they talk, they can't even formulate their words properly. All they do is smile and just bend over. And I'll be like, who are these people? It would be so disturbing to me. Like, who are these people? And this is what I'm saying, that it's caused a lot of problems. They all are slow. Disassociated, just not. That's what I'm saying. In Rain Man, when he asked the woman what was her medication, that was his way of flirting with her. They'll be like, he's flirting with, that's how he flirts with her when he asks her what kind of medication she takes. And I was like, who ever knew that Rain Man, that joke would tell itself? And that was what the topic was. What's your medication? Nope, they're not in their body. And these people were cruel. They purposely targeted certain people just to get they marketing on. Whatever's marketing is what they're gonna. If fake tits is the market, fake tits is gonna be all over that. You know what I'm saying? All over the adult site. If BBL's in the market, BBL's gonna be all over that adult site. They're gonna give what is out there. Stud love is the thing, so now we're getting a whole bunch of studs and a whole bunch of dudes fucking studs. See, it's all marketable. Family on family shit, marketable. If people start being into midgets, midgets are going to be up there, marketable. That's what they do. They sell that fantasy. And so, what concerns me, okay, what concerns me the most is that, number one, I'm happy that they took men out of women's sports. My daughter plays sports. Oh, girl, we ain't even, girl, we ain't even touched that. We ain't even touched that. Do we need to touch that? Because it was Jazz's grandparents that seemed like they had the most sense in all of this. Jazz's grandparents. It seemed as they were the ones who made sense with the child, the mother and father. Okay? Of the parent, whichever parent that was. Okay. And then what else I want to talk about? Oh, there's a new series coming out. Somebody that's an actor is on there called Stud Life with Shay. I've been wanting to watch a show like this. Okay, looks pretty good. What's her name again? Oh, I gotta shout her out. Come on, where's she at? Damn it. Forgot her damn name. I gotta shout her out. She up on this show. She been acting for a while too. Hold on, y'all. Gotta shout her out. Where's she at? Let me see if I can find her anyway. I only got 149 goddamn friends. It ain't gonna be hard to find her if I just look. What's her name? I can't even think of her name right now. I've been having the same amount of friends for the past year. My friend list has not changed, not one fucking bit on my Facebook, yo, and I love it. I don't got nobody new on that bitch. For that fucking retarded ass dude that was in my shit asking me some dumb ass. Okay, I'm moving too fast. I don't see her right now. I'll catch her later. Hold on, y'all. Now I'm starting to wonder where that show came from. I was looking for fucking studs before. Yeah, I might follow this shit though. This shit look good. Is that YouTube? Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out. Y'all want to peep it with me? Y'all want to peep it with me? Hold on, y'all. Okay, Masika McCormick, girl. Okay, I see you. Hold on, let's peep this together, y'all. Yeah, you know what I'm saying about them trends. Hold on, we gotta see the sneak peek of this show. We gotta watch this. Hold on, y'all. Let's go.
My name is Masika McCormick. I'm the writer, producer, and director of Stud Life with Shay.
Shout out, Masika. All right, Jordan.
You always say that shit. Last week was the same damn thing.
She the writer, and director, and producer? Wow.
My name is Masika McCormick. I'm the writer, producer, and director of Stud Life with Shay.
You always say that shit. Last week was the same damn thing. You forever canceling when we're supposed to be working on our relationship.
I work 85 hours a week. She said I barely get to spend any time with her. So I get it. She said I work too much and I do.
Yeah, that's because your crusty ass want to be the man and take care
That's the Facebook friend from Fayetteville.
of damn dudes.
I don't know why everybody mad. I know Brittany's gonna be hurt. What I did was a sin, but I have my beliefs. And God is my savior.
This pilot is about Shay's life and her choice friends and family, who's all hardworking. They're all balancing love, loyalty, and pain. So to learn more about Stud Life with Shay, new LGBT TV series on YouTube, Go to Stud Life with Shay on YouTube and subscribe to our channel.
Okay, let's get back to the creator of it all.
My name is Masika.
Producer, director. Okay. She did that. She like an older woman too. Is she Shay right here sitting down? I wonder why. Whenever you watch a movie, you always look at the cover because it's all symbolic of the storytelling. Usually who sits next to who's apart, it tells you the whole story. Like when they say you can't judge a book by its cover, you are supposed to judge the book, okay, by the cover. Okay, who is this? Okay, let me see a trailer here. This is 2 weeks ago. Let's see this one.
You always say that shit. You forever canceling when we're supposed to be working on our relationship.
She said I work too much, and I do.
I'm pretty much a private person, so that means I ain't telling you shit.
They say I'm too manly. Mama, don't nobody want me, mama. How do I tell the woman I love for 6 years that I no longer want to be with her?
Get the fuck out. You never have my back.
Oh shit, she's a good actor, y'all. This one right here, she's a good actor. Do I follow her? Why do I feel like, are these North Carolina people? Oh, Atlanta.
You never have my back.
We all gotta live with the choices we make, right?
Damn, I'm loving the premiere. Y'all like that? I like that. I like that. Okay. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Writer, producer, and director. But yo, seriously, from everything we was just talking about earlier, guys, the trans thing has caused major problems. Okay. Whether we want to accept it or not. Oh, thank you, son. He said, best mom ever. Oh. Shit. Listen. I have from age 34 to 40, I have experienced a hell of a lot of things. Okay. And I mean, I have really experienced a hell of a lot of things. And the things that I have experienced and I have gone through and I have experienced with other people, I have come out on the other side with a lot of wisdom about myself and a lot of wisdom about people. And I'm going to say this. I need to experience people outside of America. I need to say that. I need to experience people outside of this American lineup. Because I'm never going to know life. I'm never going to understand life. And I'm never going to have a great life if I stay here in this country. If I continue here in America and I don't experience life outside of the States. there are just Americans, to me, they're the way of American life. There's no damn way that this is normal. There's no damn way. You know how many people have got extremely abused, that got deported, sexually abused, beat up, when they went back to their countries, when they got deported, and they were crying? It was just so cruel and brutal. And sometimes I just feel like America does this shit on purpose. I just do. Like America just sets shits up for you to fall for the okie doke, and then the next thing you know, you get thrown in the fire. That's what America does to you. That's why I tell people, one thing about these times that are the best things is, I don't know, somebody for me, I don't want to, what's the word? I don't want to travel now, right? But I do want to travel. I just don't want to travel now. Okay? And so because of that, I can give myself the time to do what I need to do. Because I see people who I follow who are artists and stuff like that, and they travel, right? They travel and it works for them. And it works for them because they can. But I feel like for me, I have to wait. And the thing about that too is like, what's really wow, y'all, is you ever see how staged everything is in this fucking world? Like, when I say shit be so staged, it's so staged that it's scary how staged it is. It be shit out here that's like, there's no way this can be real, right? There's no way that this is like this. There's no way that this is real in this world. There's no way that people are not seeing. You okay? Why you slam the door? Oh, there's no way that people don't see the problems that this is going to cause for all of us. Okay? So this is what I'm saying, that the whole thing is about one thing, and it's like, it's to low-key just destroy people. That's just how I feel about America. The whole world is staged, yes, but with America, I feel like it's so manipulative. I feel like America is purposely low-key wanting to just destroy people. They don't want people to be great. To make America great again, like America don't want to be great. Do you know how? Look at the people who are talking about the wisdom of life of a pimp, life of the escort, the psychology of male's nature, the psychology of human beings. These are not American people. They're not American. You feel me? And so it's like, what does this say about this fucking country, this place? The most humblest people that I know, the most coolest people I have ever known, they travel the world. They travel everywhere. Literally travel. They actually have gotten around. Literally. And so then I sit here, and then you have people that actually sit here and defend a lot of these things. Look how staged things are. And I stand on what I'm saying right now. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay? You sit here and you got people sitting here in this world, right? And they are saying, I'm divested. Okay? Just hear me out. Hear me out. Follow me. Yes, yes. Pick me's and mammies and Simpson betters. I'm going to divest from said the culture that I come from. And you're going to go into and you speak horrible about the culture you come from, and you try to not to speak too horrible because you are a black woman, right? And so they speak, let me say they, and then they speak horrible about the men of their culture, but we still stand inside of a patriarchy. Follow me. Hold on. And you're going to tell people to date outside of what they're with, get them a Brad. But a lot of these women, if you notice, they're not all with white men. They're with foreign white men. But if it's a foreign white male, then that means that he comes from a place where people are very proud of their culture. People of other cultures are very culturally proud of their culture. That's why when they come here, we are called Americans. It doesn't matter our race, our colors, we're Americans. And that's what we're titled as. But Americans don't really stand as Americans as they say they do. Only when they want to bully people, that's when they stand as Americans. And so as a black American woman, and you're telling women to divest because, hey, why not, right? Do what you want. And so, but you're still living in a patriarchy. And it's going to be, I'm going to tell you now, it's going to be up to 90-something% of black women who are not going to be dating black men. Trust me. And they're not going to be dating black women either. That percentage is going to be probably in the 30%. But the black woman that's not dating black men is going to be up there. It's going to be 90-something. Trust me. Give it by. If you don't get the statistics this year, you're definitely going to get it next year. Mark my words. They're trying to keep it under wraps. They purposely keeping it under wraps, but it's going to come out, the percentage of black women that are dating outside her race. And so therefore, what does that look like as women in the patriarchy? Because I had this conversation with my LA homie, and this is what I was saying. I said, at the end of the day, all women have something they have to deal with men of their culture, whether they fuck the men or not. And my friend is, she's Mexican. And so I said, in Hispanic culture, those men are fucking luscious. They drink and smoke cigarettes by the time they're like fucking 10 years old. And some of them are just heavy, crazy alcoholics real bad. And so that's some of the things that the women have to deal with along with other things. But the women of the culture still know how to handle the men of their culture. So I said, with the black woman leaving the men of her culture, it still leaves something that I am a little bit concerned about. And I want y'all to hear me out just a little bit. Just hear me out. My concern is the one man that she's with is not an army or not enough for her to be with while being on the other side of dating outside of her race. Hear me out. Hear me out. Depending how white she goes, if she goes white American, she's okay. You see, she's okay if she goes white American. She'll get her through whatever racism, if they're even racism, whatever white male she's dating. But if she's going to Polish, if she's going to French, if she's going to that level of white, she got a whole nother ball game that she's dealing with. Or these men are probably low key rejects of their culture if she's going to be with them. So even the black woman, the only black woman I see that could succeed as dating other cultures of men is the African woman, because she has access and proximity to Europeans, because Africa is literally right there, right? Excuse me. Forgot about my microphone. Because Africa is literally right there, right? It's getting late. I got ready to go to sleep because I got to get up. And right, my bad, y'all, with the microphone. They have proximity. So if the black woman, most of the time I see black women who date outside her race, most of these women are like in Korea, Japan, building their own house, speaking their own language. They are doing the damn thing. They got their bread up. They not playing. Okay. Shout out to those black women. Okay. But the ones who is getting their brass that's bragging about them and shit online and stuff like that, they're still getting some form of a reject of that culture. They're still, because people of those cultures are very, very cultural. So they're going to be accepting more of a West Indian black woman, an African black woman. You see, a French black woman. You see what I'm saying? She might be a little bit more accepted than the American black woman. You see what I'm saying here? Because of the reputation of what America is, you know? And so, and especially the American black woman really doesn't have a good fucking reputation, if at all. And so it still is a situation that could still backfire on black women. And that's what concerns me. I was all for it. I was like, hey, absolutely, black women need to do it. Black women need to move on. Black women need to have something better. They need to move on. However, whatever the sexuality is, move the fuck on. But then at the same time, black women, you know what I'm saying? It's just still something that still makes me a bit leery. You see how it all goes? You see how it all plays out? Now, how did I get here? Because in this patriarchy, it's still a reflection on the black woman if she completely leaves her man. See, it don't matter if another race of women say, well, I don't want to be with a black man. You know, that don't matter. But the black woman walking away from him or walking away from her man, of her culture, is like saying that the black woman has no control over the men in her culture, that he's gotten so out of line that they don't even want to fuck with him. And we still, like I said, we live in a patriarchy. People are still looking at the men of our culture, no matter how low down, whatever, lowest man in the totem pole, whatever you want to say, they're still looking at the men in our culture. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Do you get what I'm saying? And so therefore, it's a whole thing of, yeah. And so now we're going to see how it play out. Okay? We're just going to see how it play out. I'm not against it. I'm all for it, but I want to see how it's going to play out. That's what I'm talking about. I also want to say one more thing. Woman opportunities, okay. I don't know why I put that there. So let me add something. Let me just say this too. Okay. That was a mistake. In America, a bit of the I personally feel like I want to go outside the country and meet people. I need to touch grass other places than America. I need to energetically be somewhere else besides in this country. I cannot deal. I cannot fucking deal no more. Okay? All right? Because at this point in life, there's no way this is the way that an adult is living. There's no fucking way this is the way an adult is living. Okay? There's no fucking way that this is the way that a fucking what is it called? The this ain't adult life. Ain't no way this adult life. Ain't no way this is a way that you can grow and be something more than yourself. Do you know how many people are sitting down in America education and like, yo, oh, yeah, I want to get a work visa and travel. I literally want to get a work visa and travel. Long as I got a work visa, I will travel and work. I would love that. Put me in a fucking coffee shop. I don't give a fuck. Put me in another Starbucks in another country. I don't give a fuck. As long as I can work. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. And so, therefore, as a whole, with everything that's going on, it's like people in other countries are so educated and far more advanced, and smarter. People of other countries are like the most, like, why? Like, you never hear them say, oh, my professor is getting in the way of my education. You'll never hear them say, oh, my fucking, I'm giving up on this particular philosophy and stuff because it's so much gatekeeping. Only in America do you hear people do this. People be in Sweden, people be everywhere, all over my YouTube, studying, reading, educating themselves, consistent with it. And you fucking tell me these fucking people, they don't never break, like, nope, can't do this no more. My professor's gatekeeping. Nope, can't do this no more. Not working. You never, ever, ever, ever hear that. Never. A lot of people say that. Americans hate when you better yourself. American girl, don't get me down this American path, but let me go back to what I was saying about the divestors. It was somebody who said something interesting to me years ago, and they said, if the black woman is saying that the black man ain't shit, then the black woman is saying that she ain't shit. See? And the thing about that quote in itself, it's a stinging quote, because again, we do live in a patriarchy. We live in a patriarchy. And because we live in this patriarchy, we as women, we're judged by our men and even the masculine women we stand next to. Whether you want to accept that or not. And to be a whole black person and be like monkey apes gorillas, and then words of the hard R, that's deep. And I remember a woman that was saying, man, that's just not acceptable. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not acceptable for people to be doing that. Girl, in all reality, do you want it to be a matriarchy? With these goddamn broads? Do you really want it to be a matriarchy with these broads? I be thinking about that. Like, do I want it to be a matriarchy? Do I want women to run this motherfucker? With the mindset and the misogyny and internal misogyny and nah, I don't know if I want that. With these broads. There ain't no ascended. It has to be all ascended women running this motherfucker. Mental illness will be healed. But see, here's the thing. The Asian culture is all about healing and alchemy. Hell nah. See that shit? We are in an inverted type of, I agree. I never ever thought we were in a full patriarchy like that, because there are, you know what I'm saying? I never thought it was just one, we call it the patriarchy, but there's a matriarchy in it too. Yeah, like the coven, like all these, like they just the whole poly fucking coven. Everybody polyamorous. The fuck? Ugly as fuck, fat as fuck, and all polyamorous. Women are too enmeshed for me. I've decentered women now. Women are too fucking enmeshed for me. When I got in that argument with my ex and I was like, yo, can you like tell your bestie to stop calling while we together? Yo, you need to go be with a nigga. You need to go be with a nigga. I'm like, whoa. Like, yo, you can't just put a boundary up on this bitch? I was just like, nah, women too goddamn enmeshed for me, bro. Too emotional, bitch. Like, go cry to your nigga. You crying. And you know we together. Oh, I'm going through something, bitch. Go through it with, you know she with me. Why you? And the thing is, the reason why I didn't step in and say nothing, because I was looking at her like, bro, are you going to check this bitch? I'm not going to say shit to her. You need, oh, nah, we done. Shit. We done. We still cool, but we done. Like if I need something, she pull up. You feel me? If I need something, she pull up. But other than that, we cool. We homies. Nothing more. Nah, that shit, cause like over her bestie, bro. That shit changed my life. I was like, yo, like, is she gonna say something? And you know what's, and this is why I'm gonna do a whole stud segment, cause like, yo, you know, me and her got into it, and her friend and her damn dude is still together. They still together for 2 years now. They still together. Never to fuck again. I knew better anyways. Aries was not a zodiac sign I dated. And I know why we ended up together, because she had Piscean aspects. I always end up dating people with either Pisces or probably with Pisces aspects. That's always me. That's my pattern. It ain't no other way around. Never to fuck again for me. Aries was one of them zodiac signs that I was like, we can be friends, we can kick the shit, we can have a good time, but a relationship is a no-go. But I have really liked her. We have a 9 connection too, so that sucks. That made it harder. She got a Venus in Pisces. That's my, you know what I'm saying? That's why I was. That's why I was all fucked up in a whole motherfucking situation. But yeah, never the fuck again. That's my thoughts on it. Never the fuck again. Aries is cool though. Aries is cool. We'll have fun, party. You know what I mean? Swing from the chandelier. You know what I mean? Go to the latest club. Go to the latest whatever. Alright? But if you asking me about like a relationship, never the fuck again. And that's all on my fault because I've dated an Aries moon before. And they're just, I don't, the Aries takes a long time to grow up. Cause that shit was childish as fuck, bro. I'm like, my nigga, like, you can't just, oh, you know, that was some gaslighting shit. Like, you didn't go be with nigga. I said, wait a minute. You can't check your friend. And this is the situation that I see with these women, these studs, man. They be dragging these bisexual, troubled ass bitches as they friends. Yeah, Aries is my opposite. But I got my Venus in the first house of Aries and Scorpio too. So it's, you know what I mean? My son is an Aries stellium. But he also got a Virgo moon, so that's his saving grace. Both my sons are Virgo moons. He's a Taurus with an Aries stellium, but he's also very athletic. But that Virgo moon he got, that Pisces rising, that's his saving grace. He's super intelligent. He's super smart. When I saw his chart, I was concerned because that Aries is all in the 12th house. I was so concerned. But then as time went on and he got himself in a better like suburban environment, that was it for me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, he's doing great. That's the one that just texted me now. He was very impulsive. I had to teach him how to slow down. He was also very smart. So like if there's a math problem he had to do, he could answer the math problem and the math problem would be correct, but the teacher would want him to show her how he got the answer. You see? I always called him Rain Man because he was just super smart. And he had he had speech issues, but he didn't so much really have speech issues. He wasn't ready to talk. Everybody was being annoying, trying to make him talk. Because once he really started talking, he speaks very well. You would never even know the boy had any speech issues. I do sometimes I was worried about it, but now I don't worry about him so much. I think he's a pretty mature kid. I think him being a big brother gives him like a responsibility that keeps him grounded. Because he does have like Venus and Taurus. He does have Taurian in him too. Like I don't remember everything else right now. Yeah, they tend to be behind in speech and all that type of stuff. Taurus children, unfortunately, they can get accused of being slow or off and stuff, but that's because they are a little slow, but they're not slow in as far as being dumb. Yeah, but that's smart though. That was other people. I thought he was fine. Now, my children are very quiet children because I'm fucking quiet. If you're around me and my children are very quiet. People be like, it disturbs people. They be like, because their quietness is a quietness. You don't hear nothing. You don't feel nothing. They was like, because one lady, she had an attitude and she was sipping her tea, and she was sipping her tea and she had an attitude, and I was like, I wasn't paying her no attention. I was sitting in my seat that I always sit in, so I wasn't going nowhere. And so she sat there for a minute, and I guess she expected the youngest one to hop around, but he was playing with his Spider-Man. Okay. And so what happened is he was playing with his Spider-Man, and then while she was sipping her tea down, she was like, he's really a good baby. Like, she sat there, because I saw her just watching me, watching him, watching, expecting trouble, and she didn't get it. And she was like, he's really a good baby. He's so quiet. He good baby, right? And it's like, that's the type of children I have. My children are not, they're only going to talk to you if they know you. I think that's intelligent and they make sense. They're not kids that blab their mouth. Some people would be disturbed at how quiet my children were. They'd be like, your children are very quiet. They don't talk. No, they don't. They don't know you. Why are they talking? People be expecting children to bounce around and do. All children are not like that. It's all about how the parent is and how you like. You get what I'm saying? I know somebody else, I won't say names, their child is peacefully quiet the same way. And that person is very spiritual as well. The mother is definitely very spiritual. And her baby is super quiet. But they will talk. They will talk to if they know you. Nah, man, it's them packy kids. Nah, baby, it's them packy kids. Them kids are horrible. Don't nobody top them packy kids, man. Man, them motherfuckers is horrible. It was this one packy kid that was running around in Old Navy, right? That little motherfucker, you know that thing that spin around with the earrings and jewelry? That little motherfucker took that motherfucker and just spin the fuck out of it. Like all the jewelry and everything just spattered every damn where. That shit had me cracking up, bro. I was low-key laughing, but I couldn't laugh because I was at work, bro. Yeah, Pakistan. Them Packy kids. You know where I'm from. Them little niggas is bad, bro. Them little Middle Eastern Punjabis and shit. Them motherfuckers is bad. White people kids ain't got shit on them. White people kids is, because the thing about them is they don't beat the kids when they're kids. They don't start beating them until they're like preteen and teenagers. Because they see it as when they're little children like that, they don't really know better as much. And their culture is like this. But when the child gets to be preteen or teenager, that's when they start beating on the child. Girl, them little kids is bad. Nothing top them. White kids ain't got shit on them. And then what's worse about the Packy kids is you see the mother and the sisters, they be little girls and they be carrying like the bags and the groceries and shit. And the little boy don't be doing shit, just jumping, just walking behind them, skipping. Girl, I've seen that so many times, bro. No fucking thank you. girl. But let me tell you though. Let me tell you something though. I'm gonna bring it back to what we was talking about. Some spin the block. Right? If you gonna be poly, I think you would better be prepared. If you decide to become poly and you decide to get involved with a poly couple and all type of shit, I need you to be prepared to have a fucking headache. Okay? I need you to be prepared for that headache. Because I say that because a lot of these people that are poly, they're messy, they're dramatic, they got serious issues. It's bad. Oh damn. It's bad. Okay? And so what has happened to poly, now if you are poly has become a look. Okay? Okay? Poly has become a look. And because of that, it's fucked up the people who actually had solid poly relationships that is not so solid. You feel me? And so this is why I stand on what I say. This is why I stand on what I say, because at the end of the day, you just find you somebody that matches you. And if not, just casually date people or just do your thing. Most of the time they are. I got stories. I'm glad when I was poly, I was still celibate and I wasn't fucking nobody. And it's so many people who oh man, I am, it's so crazy the way I did shit. You know what I'm saying? I just, man, it's so crazy how I did it that way. I was not fucking nobody. Then I had that one relationship. Well, I had that other relationship, but then I had that one relationship. Them relationships did not last, bro. The longest, like, out of the mix was like 8, and then I got the person I've still been talking to for 2 years now, which is Trey. But I'm single. I'm single to the motherfucking dollar bill out here, though. I've been single for a minute, but now I went April. I said, nah, bro. I ain't giving up nothing to nobody. I ain't letting nobody touch me, yo. I don't want to be in the frequency of nobody's intimacy. Don't touch me. I don't want nothing. Don't touch my nothing. Word. I cut that shit out. And it's like my energy feels so like better. I wish I could explain it to y'all. Like my energy just feels so lifted. Like, oof. I'm not energetically sharing and swapping body fluids with somebody. You know what I'm saying? And it was a problem too when I did that. It was like, well, you're the only one that I'm with, and da 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 da. And I'm like, when somebody tell you you're the only one they with, I'm like, nah, that's a red flag, my nigga. That's a red flag. Cause what am I doing being the only one you with? We ain't together, and you ain't gonna get back together with me. So why I'm the only one? And why should I believe that? See, I be leery. In my spirit, let me tell y'all something. I ain't gonna get into the details, but the spirit I got, if I'm told and instructed to not fuck no more, I'm not gonna fuck no more. Okay? I'm not gonna fuck no more. And that's what it is. A lot of people can't even do that. A lot of people don't even know how to have control to not be out here fucking no more. I don't think it's hard. I don't think it's hard at all. Voice of reason, right? Girl. Post nut clarity. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Post nut clarity, bro. Nah, bro. Y'all nasty out here. Y'all fucking recording y'all one night stands, B. I'm good on that. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked up. Have not fucked a man in years. About 8 years now. Years. Since I've been with a man. So, and now it's gonna be since I've been with a woman. It's gonna be like since I've been with anything. I'm trying to pull some numbers. Anybody I end up being with is somebody who I sincerely know that's who the fuck I want to be with. That's how we playing it out here. Because we not doing that. Y'all nasty, man. Y'all smoke weed like crack. Y'all drink liquor like fucking juice. Y'all have no fucking sense of self. Don't nobody else in the planet just be out here doing shot o'clock, if they shot o'clock at all. They do coffee o'clock. Don't nobody else be fucking throwing their head back and having another person pour liquor down their fucking throat like a damn animal. No one is impressive, bro. Nobody looks good. Man, nobody looks good. Only people I like are the people that I like. And them motherfuckers is across from where I'm at. They're at a far distance. Word. This is why I'm saying too, like, there's also aspects of things where it's like, let me see. Oh, alcohol. I can do a wine here, and I've not drunk alcohol in a while, but last time I drank one, rompes, a Mexican drink. It's a Mexican wine. It's really good. And weed, they fucked up weed. Do y'all not realize that this whole trans, non-binary thing opened the door to all this shit? Like, did y'all not realize that shit? Like, this whole trans, non-binary thing opened the doors to mad shit. I'm talking about, I remember years ago, people was trying to make weed legal. And I was like, you don't want weed. I understand you want weed to be legal, but you don't want it to be legal, because if it be legal, then they're gonna tamper with it. This is America. They're gonna tamper with it. It's not gonna be the same. It's like, but weed does this, and we're like, okay, I hear all that, but it's not gonna be doing all that if these people get a hold to that weed. And lo and behold, I could never have been more right about what happened to weed. Yes, the pedo shit was off the roof, right? Girl, it opened, like, you know what was so wild about the pedo shit, right? The motherfuckers snuck it. Do you know when you say LGBTQIA plus? Do you know that that's inside of the plus? Like, they have that as a sexuality. But like I said, that you can go do your research. There's a French book called Third Sex. And it talks about that, about transgenderism, like all that stuff. Yeah. Like I couldn't, like they brought that shit all the way back. I told you the whole agenda was so everybody can fuck anybody, whatever age it is. That was the whole agenda. And I thought that was wild that people will have an agenda like that and really go through with it. Like, you a Braveheart at this point. Girl, how the fuck you say that and it don't erase that, but whatever else you was saying it didn't erase? You see that bullshit? Oh, we don't got to get into that conversation. That was a whole social, all of this should be a social experiment. Yo, even this, every time this should be a social experiment, the world be staged, they doing their rituals. I already see it, I already know what it is. Certain names, certain people, certain numbers. It's the same old shit that I've been seeing forever. I've been knew that. Look what's happening right now. I was telling the neighbor, I was like, people don't give a fuck about kids. And she gave me this look. I'm like, I'm serious. These are Republicans. They don't give a fuck about kids. Like, they feel like you shouldn't have them if you can't afford them. And I was like, I do agree with that. That's how the Republicans feel. They don't give a fuck about your food stamps. They don't give a fuck about none of that. If you can't afford yourself, like, they don't care if you go in there and you need to do what you need to do as an adult. But the Republicans is like, if you're going to make children, you need to be able to provide for them. We shouldn't have to provide for them. Okay? But that's the, like, look how many people got thrown the fuck out their house. And I noticed around in this neighborhood, these broads was moving a lot of men in, especially the houses up from me. And I was like, if too many men move into housing is really going to get shut down, because housing was never meant for a man. They're not going to help, especially a black man. They really going to shut that shit down. They're going to be like, what? Black men in housing? Oh, no. It ain't going to be housing no more. They're going to shut that shit down. And then the women and children are really going to suffer. Even though you already been trying to take away housing. But depending where you live at, that can't happen. And NYC right now, they've been saying this for years, but I ain't gonna believe it till I see it. But they talking about knocking down the buildings in Harlem, a lot of the project buildings. But they've been talking about that for years now. But they actually talking about knocking down their buildings. See, where I was at, it was supposed to turn into Section 8. No, actually, it was supposed to turn into a co-op building. And then from co-op building, it was supposed to turn into Section 8 the last time I was there. So this is why I'm saying, like, it just goes into, yeah. It just really just goes into the thing of, how do I explain it? Yeah. You know, I think a lot of shit is obvious at this point in our life. Kamala was not going to do nothing right for this country. I never had a problem with Trump, but everything is karmic. You get what I'm saying? Everything is karmic. And so for him to be like, okay, immigrants got to go, that was karmic in the sense of, go to ATL Pride in October. Check out OFCO for the first time. Oh, okay. ATL Pride sound fun as fuck. I ain't gonna hold you. That's after my birthday. I got other plans. I got other travel plans on my. I want to talk about it, about other travel plans. I'm definitely going to travel. I'm definitely making plans to fucking travel. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I'm ready to go. I done worked. I done settled down. That's one thing I could tell you. I worked. I settled down. I calmed down. I calmed my mind down. I had to come here to ease up, to be at peace again, to pull myself back up again and create again, but be at peace. But now, since I've become more at peace with myself, more calmed down, more knowing myself, more focused on myself, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to travel. I'm ready to take myself everywhere. I'm ready to build that goddamn vision board. I got all my clips and papers and shit here. I'm so ready. I'm so fucking ready. Okay? Oh yeah, I bet you are. Big city life is the shit. Me and you both. Yeah, same here. Oh yeah, I'm ready for the big city life again too. We on the same page. I feel you. I done healed. I done got away from shit. I got a wife. You know what I'm saying? I done seen enough of what I need to see. It's time for me to just shake and make them moves. You feel me? It's time to shake and make them moves. I've been taking my time a little too much, and it's time for me to shake and move. Shake and move. Because I'm going to tell you something, bro. I'm going to tell you something, man. I love what I do. Yeah, the inner city. Did you talk about my show about the inner city versus out of town people? Damn. The shot sound fun as fuck. Oh shit, that sound fun. I ain't gonna hold you. That shit sound real fun. What day is they Pride for the weekend or a day? North Carolina Pride is trash. I didn't like it. I didn't like the people. I didn't like it. And what was who I was with, bro? Ash looked fucking horrible. People look a mess. I'm like, damn. And then them fucking goofy bitches was trying to fight with the cops. I'm like, why the fuck I didn't pay attention to this chat room? And I should have known something because I saw my brother. I should have known right then and there. Because as soon as I passed my brother, them bitches started that fuck shit. I should have known right then and there. That was my sign to go back. Let my brother take me home. My brother was there with his wife. Yeah. Weekend is dope. Weekend Pride is always dope. New York City Pride is lit. All prides are lit. But most of the prides in the city are lit. It was who I went with. That's why I didn't have a good time. Because I ain't go with nobody that was fun. Like I said, coming here, like, I purposefully didn't want to run the streets. Like, I purposefully did that shit. If I would have ran them streets, I would have been running the streets. And I ain't want to do it. I wanted to stay at peace. Girl, it's that time of the year though. But I have to say, the past year into now, these MAGA people, they had to get it all out. They had to get all their racism, their bigotry out, girl. They had to get it all out. Goddamn JD, that man can't have a peaceful day. He can't go skiing with his family. He can't go to the restaurant. They be tearing his ass up. One time he went skiing with his family. They was like, hell the fuck nah, you won't. They fucked his shit up. And it's like, Kamala goofy ass mom, she about to run for president again. I'm like, for what, bitch? Let somebody else run, bitch. We don't want you back. Like, I don't want you back. If you let them goddamn trans maniacs back in the fucking, like, if you let them back out again, they're going to be worse than they were before. And you're going to get them, they're going to be spread out on the streets. You get what I'm saying? Girl, tell me I'm lying. Tell me they won't be spread out on this goddamn street. That drink is so good. Like, nah, don't give them that right. Don't give them that right. Because that right will be the worst rights that they can have. Girl, I'm just saying. But also, hopefully somebody else run. But at this point, the Democrats bailed out on everybody. Like, it's anybody's game at this point. But some people, here's the thing. Saturn is in Aries. Soon Saturn's going to be in Taurus. But Saturn is really in Aries for the next 2.5 years, right? So that's 27, 28, about 29. So Saturn in Aries, you're dealing with a sign that's fast, rebellious, a fire sign, right? The god of war, right? Inside of Saturn. And so energy set, these signs don't like being in Saturn. Aries, Cancer, they don't like to be in Saturn. Capricorn, Libra, they like being in Saturn, right? And there's other signs that like being in Saturn, but those two signs don't like to be in Saturn. And because of Aries being in Saturn, that's a major square. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's two things that can happen depending on the aspects. Because don't we have Neptune? Oh, don't we have Neptune that hit Gemini or something? Where did Neptune hit? We got some kind of Aries stellium that happened. That was happened when that young lady had got unalived by her white boyfriend in Africa. There was a Aries stellium going on in that time. And it was like Neptune, it was Saturn. Like, it was some crazy ass aspect. I can't remember right now. Pluto. Did Pluto move? No, Pluto is still in Aquarius. Okay, Pluto is still in Aquarius. Then Saturn's in Aries. I want to say something's in Gemini. Is it Neptune? Yes, Neptune. No, it didn't hit. No, I'm thinking something else hit Gemini. I cannot think right now. I was trying to think and remember it. You saying yes to what part? Yeah, because I can't believe it's slipping my mind right now. I'm thinking. I don't feel like looking. I was trying to remember it. But we got something in Gemini. Oh, he unalived her. They were arguing. A medium bet on her. We already intuitively knew. They were arguing. They were arguing so much that they separated them. And that argument turned to her getting unalived, and him hanging her up to make it seem like, that she took her own life. Yeah, Jupiter. Jupiter is like in yes, Jupiter's in Cancer. So what's in Gemini right now? Yes, anybody who has Jupiter in Cancer has a Jupiter return right now. Jupiter's in Cancer. Because I know somebody, I know people that got Jupiter in Cancer right now. Now you made me remember. I'm telling you, there's something in Gemini right now. There's something in Gemini right now, and then there's something Aries, Saturn, and Aries, but there's another Aries aspect going on right now. Jupiter definitely is in Cancer. Did it move to Gemini though? Because I kept saying Gemini. It can't move to Gemini because people are still in their Jupiter return. Yeah, because Jupiter, that Saturn in Cancer, the Jupiter in Cancer started for people who right now who come from that. If you were born the year of the horse in the 60s, you got Jupiter in Cancer return right now. If you were born 1990 horse, anybody who's a horse in the 60s, a horse in the 70s, and a horse in the 90s. Okay? Y'all, they all have Jupiter in Cancer. Remember, the Chinese zodiac is Jupiterian. Yeah, girl. But yeah, there's something in Gemini out there. I can't remember. But what's absolutely wild with all of it is just that with all these aspects and stuff, I am looking at what's to come, right? So what I'm getting at is, are we going to stay in this conservative fight versus the Democrats? Are we going to keep this fight going, or are we going to just have fun with this conservative shit, and it's going to flip around and become Democratic again? See what I'm saying? Is it going to be the blue running shit again? And honestly, I don't know. I can honestly say I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't want Kamala back in office. Do you? I don't want her back here. I don't want that woman back in office. She made a mockery. She was putting on a clown show. She had she had Megan Thee Stallion and Little Kim twerking up there with her. Megan Thee Stallion up there twerking, remember? Just making a mockery. People done voted for this man and betrayed their own. The white woman is not going to be looked at the same because everybody saw how she voted. Everybody dragged her ass like, bitch, we don't fuck with you. We don't trust you no more. Some people already didn't trust the bitch. Okay? But I thought that was quite interesting. And then on top of that, yeah. And I'm like, yo, if y'all gonna have somebody run against this man, y'all need to have a quality person up there, actual intelligent person, even if it's a black woman. Like, have this motherfucker be smart. Have this person actually have something meaningful. But who gonna trust a Democratic black woman? Who gonna trust her? She gotta be saying some shit that we really like. Okay? Because like at the end of the day, they're too weak. Tell me you don't see that shit in them. They're weak. I never even realized how weak of women they are. They are so weak. They talk this feminist shit. They talk this woman independent shit. Yo, tell me, is it not always them, high power wig? Is it not always them? Oh, don't get married. Don't get married. This is what it means to be married. Don't get married. And her ass end up getting married. She got a whole channel for the next 5 years or so about feminism and women's right and men and women shouldn't shave and this and that. And the next thing you know, she transitions to a man and she's with a man. She's the biggest fucking hypocrite. When she talks, I'm to a point I turn it off. I want to hear nothing she got to say. I think I listened to one white woman. She was talking about something with laws of attraction, and I turned that shit right off. Every time I see them, they get blocked. They get not interested all the time. Like, y'all have made fools out of women. Complete fool. Women do that, period, to women. Women are disappointing, bro. Pink pill. Pinky's up. Wrote a book about dating outside your race and dating you a white man, married to a white man, divorce a white man, and then you with a whole nigga. I'm with a black man and he a millionaire. What the fuck was that? You just wrote a whole book telling everybody to date a white man. What happened? Kendall St. Charles come back 5 years later and say, well, when I said divested, I didn't mean that I want y'all to divest from the black man. I wanted the black man to act right. So what the fuck did you tell black women to divest for? Women are disappointed. They disappointing, bro. The real women who really live what the fuck they talk about, we're the quiet ones. We the ones that fucking, that move like this. We move in silence. We're not easy accessible. Like, we really apply this. We really go outside and live, and we really apply shit to our lives. Unlike these other bros, bro. It's crazy. Good. Absolutely. Get them out of here. I don't even care. I feel like get them out of here, yo. That if that's what they gonna do, if that's the bullshit that they gonna do, then let them go. Don't even care. Just exempt them. Like, okay, you said all that and now you married. Blocked. Don't fuck with you. Doreen Virtue got the best lovers deck, the best spiritual deck. She has, out of anything in the spiritual community, she has the best romance deck. She has the best decks. And she goes and hangs up everything she's doing and goes and get digmatized by some pastor man and cuts all of it off. And it's like, bitch, what did you do all that for? What did you laid all that down for a man that was a pastor? And it makes me feel like these men are only exposing what y'all really are. I can't blame man's penis for this. I can't blame the man penis. This y'all. They only just showing the shadow that y'all are full of shit. Y'all are not what y'all say y'all are. Girl. I'm just saying. Okay? Like, no, bitch. We don't want to hear nothing you have to say about nothing. Don't try to go on TikTok and say, well, I don't understand, like, a lot of black women, they're just not looking at us. They're not talking to us. How do we let black women know that we're not like the rest of the other? No, you all are the same. We don't trust you. Any black woman, any woman of color, we don't fuck with you, bitch. You was at 90-something% voting for this white man. You went like, bitch, your numbers was high. And they knew what they was doing this year, because this year they kept running them numbers. They had to make sure we knew who voted what. I said, yo, everybody betrayed each other but the white woman and the white fucking man. Ain't that some shit? And I didn't think it was going to be like, I thought it was going to be more than 8% of black women that voted for Trump. I didn't expect it to just be 8%. I really thought it was going to be higher than that. It would have been higher if I would have did it. But I said, ain't nobody going to give a fuck about these bitches and kids. So I'm going to vote for Kamala. So these bitches can have at least a decent daycare. And nobody going to fuck with them, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I said. That's why I voted Kamala. Girl, listen. That bitch stole from every damn body. That weird bitch stole from everybody. I've never seen no shit like that. I even watched the way that bitch was smoking her goddamn black. I said, yo, you just copied every damn body and you wrote a book. Girl, don't even listen to that book. I got that book. I said, yo, this bitch was listening to all of us. Especially you, high-powered wig. I haven't seen nothing with her. Like, is she still even doing shit? Man, when she say something about the studs and women with men, and she was like, because they had a beard, I said, what the fuck? That's what my homie said in those exact words, bro. That bitch copied everything. It's creepy. It's like, did somebody help her? But see, this is what they do. They did that with the Hood Witch. I had a friend at the time. That was her name. I'm trying to tell you. Got to be careful out here. You want to hear something that will creep you out? If I could find a picture, I'll show you. You know that hairstyle Tekashi 6ix9ine got? There was a lesbian music artist. She was like locally. She was from Florida to NYC and all other places. She could sing her ass off, right? She got murdered in her Saturn return in 82. I mean, she was born in 82, but she got murdered in her Saturn return. Whatever year Saturn was in Libra, she got murdered that year. And she was in her Saturn return. And she was the only woman I knew that had her hair like that rainbow color. She had dreads. Like, you know what I'm saying? She had long dreads. She was short. She was dark skinned. She the only person in the world I knew that had that hairstyle. And I had always loved it because I was like, damn, how'd she do that? Because it was just, the colors was just so perfect. She was from Florida. Then Tekashi 6ix9ine came out, and that shit creeped me out. Because I never seen a man wear his hair like that. I'm trying to tell you, yo, you got to be careful. Like, people will take pieces of you as a creative. You have to really copyright your shit. You have to really be on point with your shit, because in the artistic world, there's an unwritten line to this shit. And so you have to be more careful of how you do your music and how you do your art and stuff out here, especially even as a public speaker. Because the friend at the time was like, I looked at this bitch, she looked like a mixture between me and you, and the way she talked, and something about me just felt weird in my stomach, like, wait a minute, the queen maker. I was calling myself that because the lady called me a king maker. Then I started joking around and was like, nah, fuck that, I'm a queen maker, y'all. What y'all think about that? I remember that. Next thing you know, this weird bitch was calling herself the queen maker. And that's why, you want to hear something funny about why, you know what confirmed it to me that she stole that shit from me? Because her daughter. Because of that situation when her daughter came out by a Libra woman. And I was like, ooh. And I was like, that was karma because, you know, of my childhood with my mother. And I was like, oh shit. Bitch, you did. You took my name. You took the name that I was calling myself and you end up attracting the karma. And my mother's an Aquarius. You see how that shit work? Some deep shit, right? I be peeping shit like that. So when that came out, that was like, oh shit, because that's a horrible thing to come out, that you're not feeding your child and that you're abusing your baby and you're not feeding her. Because I used to wonder, like, why this little girl, she's pretty big, why she keep running up to her asking her to eat? You know what I mean? She's big enough to go in the kitchen and make her own food. You see what I'm saying? I always thought that was odd. I never said nothing, but I would watch that. So girl, don't even, like, let me tell you something. She ain't the first one. Because even with that hood witch bitch, and I don't got a problem with her, she's a sweetheart. I think she a Brie too. And the thing is, there was this competition. There was a competition, and the competition was like, we're looking for Black women that's into the occult, that's into spirituality, that's practitioners, right? And they said, we want you to submit. I submitted my picture with me smoking the pen with the purple hair and the nails and my logo, everyday topic with a cool metaphysical twist. That was always my shit. I had slogan forever. And next thing you know, this bitch shit talking about a modern twist. I see her fingernails. I see her hair. She's so-called from New Orleans and all this shit. I said, what the fuck? So they do that. You got to be very careful. Oh, I thought it was a June Cancer too, right? That little girl, she looked like a June Cancer. They all have a signature look. Yeah, you were telling me she was a Cancer. Nah, the bacon in the air fryer is good. What you mean? She was eating good. The air fryer bacon be good. I got some salami up in my refrigerator now. I'm about to toss that shit up in the air fryer and bust that shit down. Don't get me thinking about it. Piss stain mattresses is fucked up, bro. And a lot of these people be adopted. They come from the streets. I'm trying to tell you, these people, she's an out-of-towner. You know what I mean? She's not an inner city person. She's an out-of-towner. This is how they are. That's why she was always in dudes' faces, always laughing and clowning. That's why she spoke. She even the vernacular and the way she spoke, I was like, bitch. I even heard the way she talked to a guy. I said, wait a minute. I did that to somebody on a live one time before. This bitch been watching me. I'm telling you, it will. But that's what comes with it with these people. They will copy you. You don't believe me? I told you my show. We used to sit down when we first started. When I was young, I was like 23 years old, a kid. We used to sit down. We used to read from books all day. We used to talk about the books we read from all day. That's all we did was read and talk about books and talk from those books. I didn't have the El Holy Tablet at the time. I just had regular York books that I read from. And the next thing you know, on Don's show, she got all these shows and she reading from all these books and all kind of shit like that. Her show was never like that. You can't look at it now, but her show was never like that. Her show was a gossipy, clowning, laughing, a bunch of fucking bitches on the show talking about shit, talking shit about people, starting shit, very messy. Her show was not people reading books and doing all that information she was doing. So people gonna copy you. And that's what comes with it. Unfortunately, that's what comes with this path. You just got to be wise about how you move on it. And you got to be wise about how you copyright, get your logo, and get all that stuff together. Watermark your shit. Always, if you share any type of artwork, any pictures, you make sure you put words over that motherfucker. Have some writing over that motherfucker. Something so nobody can fucking try to take your shit in any type of way. And also, you got to be wise enough to know how to do the behind post, meaning like, you know, you went there last week, but you posted today like you went there today. See what I'm saying? You did this work 5 months ago, but you posted as if you finished it 2 weeks ago. Like you have to, it's a little way that you have to learn how to work this algorithm that I taught myself. Yeah, they're gonna do that, unfortunately. That's the times that we're in. And that's why when you're a speaker like this, you just gotta get prepared. Like I'm just prepared. I'm gonna have clips of myself talking soon. You know, I got other plans and stuff for myself, and I'm just ready. It's time for me to speak. It's time for me to get shit out there. It's time for my art to be out there. It's time for my shit to be out there. What am I sitting back and doing what for? Look like mother in some relationships, and someone took that from me. I deleted it. See, you gotta market your shit. So when you have listen, let me tell you something. When you have a powerful voice and you have something to say, that's what's going to come with it. I got views. I don't know who these people are. People are listening to me. I don't know who these people are, but they're listening. But that's what makes me take, when I get on this microphone, serious every time I'm on this microphone. Yes, they are doing that. At the same time, you got to keep going. You just got to copyright your shit, because you know what? People always go to the original. I know a guy right now who created a dance. And no matter who does that dance, I was watching this Dominican girl do the dance, and I knew it was something about the dance. It was something off about it. And somebody was like, this is the originator. And so I went to the original person who made that dance, and I support them, gun-ho support them. And they hit my inbox and was saying, what's up to me? They thought I was some kind of agency or something, as much as I was promoting their dance. You know what I'm saying? So the original, people always are going to find the original person. Always going to find the original. You just got to keep building your brand and being who you are. That's just what's going to come with it. People are going to copy you. When I go back to blogging again and all my stuff I have right here, people are going to copy me. I'm prepared for that. That's why I got to have my shit intact. People are going to copy. There's somebody that when I first started my blog, I was inspired by their style of blogging. I was very inspired by their style of blogging. I didn't have any intentions of copying them, but they inspired the way I wrote. And you know what happened with that person? They changed up their style. They got more professional. That means that somebody must have showed them, like, hey, wait a minute. This person is writing like you. And they switched up their style. But guess what? I'm going to keep that style. See how it goes? So when you're called to do this, you're called to do this shit. That's just how it is. Ain't nothing gonna stop you. That's just the facts. Ain't nothing gonna stop you. Ain't nobody gonna stop you, really. You wanna be the shit on me, otherwise you ain't gonna create shit. If you gonna let other people stop you, what you gonna create? You're just gonna sit there. Why? Because other people, you gotta just do what you gotta do as an artist. Not just gonna be sitting there and mad. But I'm called. I'm called to do the work that I do. That's what keeps me going. That's what keeps me going. I've been doing this so long. That's what keeps me going. Everybody I know to this day that are artists and creators, guess what? They still fucking going. I'm just saying. I'm looking for something real quick while I'm talking to you. I'm just saying, people just, they're going to do what they do. That's it. And it's a bit of a narcissistic behavior because it's trying to stop the people. You're welcome. It's trying, what I learned about it was this as all my time of being online. People, it's like the narcissistic people are trying to stop you. You get me? They're trying to stop you from being who you are by disturbing you so badly. Okay? Because they can disturb you so badly that you will end up stopping doing what you're doing, because that's the purpose of what they want. And so you have to still keep going, because you have to still show them, I'm not going to fucking stop. I'm not going to go nowhere. And this is where you have to just be more wise and do your spiritual work and your spiritual protection. But you have to be more wise, because there are people that I have learned, they will purposely come around you because they want you to stop. But when you build a world, oh, she's a major pick me. Yeah. Shay the Day is on YouTube. She's a Scorpio trans, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My show was very big. I had everybody on there. I wasn't thinking about it. I was just having a good time. I was just a kid. We used to just read books. She's very jealous woman. I didn't want to believe it until I had to see for myself. She's a very jealous woman. And so what happened is most out of towners are. But what happened is these people are going to try to make you stop. That's just a part of the territory of being on this path. They're going to try to interrupt your voice. They're going to try to be friends with you so they can go tell people to not listen to you or crazy make you. They all do the same shit. But when you are grounded and grinding, monitoring spirits, yeah. When you are grounded and you grinding, and you know, when you start just focusing on yourself and you build a team, that's a team. I'm building this. I have a team. I have a little team over here too. You know what I'm saying? When you build a little team and stuff like that, that means you got a little bit more armor. And so when you build armor, you get what I'm saying? That's how you build your respect in whatever category you're in, but you keep going, because I'm going to tell you, the people that's doing that, the thing about what they're doing is not going to win, because they're not ever going to put in any work, because they're weird and they're just trying to get you to stop. And what happens? They ain't doing shit. So you're always going to ride above them, because you're always doing shit. You're always riding. You're always creating. I got something right now I just laid out on my table. I got something right now I just laid out on my table so I can write and type. My books and stuff right here. Then I got more stuff I got to set up for my table. Why? Because I got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of writing stuff. I got a lot of art supplies. I got all that stuff. You see what I'm saying? And so it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. And so that's what my mind focuses on. Like, I got it set up over here. So I'm leaving the computer here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get too much detail, but I'm just saying, like, If you see my setup over here, you'd be like, oh, you good. You know what I'm saying? I got art I just picked up. I just got more art I just picked up. You get what I'm saying? Like, you are still working. You are still doing. You are still making shit happen. You are still shaking and moving. They're not doing that. They're just trying to stop you. And it don't matter if they try to be in competition. Let them. Just let them. Just move on with yourself. Just protect your stuff work. Just protect your work more. That's why people do the watermark. That's why I might have to do a watermark, because I'm going to do my logo. You know what I'm saying? Because people listening. But I can stand on anything that I say. That's why I'm not worried about it. I can stand on anything that I say. Because the reality is, a lot of women are fucking ridiculous. A lot of them ridiculous. And I hate the fact that being a woman, you have to feel like you need to have a damn near a mini mansion to talk to other women about what the fuck is going on out here, when you have the wisdom in which you have learned. And I'm like, well, do I need to have a mansion to tell you bitches that you're ridiculous? Yeah. I don't pick up. For me, it's more people listen in the background. They don't, I think some people think that if they come in my room, that I can see who they are in here. So I got a lot of people that listen after. So I can't see nothing. Yeah, definitely other women. Definitely other women. But that's the thing about this American lifestyle. Like, when you're intelligent and you show intelligence, people want to stop you. People really hate intelligence in America. They really hate an intelligent, brown skinned fucking woman. Like, they don't like us to be smart. They don't like us to know shit. It's really deep. Yeah. And so, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to keep going. Because you know what? That's what they're going to look at. They're going to look at the fact, like, how is this bitch still going? I done got spiritually attacked. You already know. Motherfuckers sent magic out to me. And I'm still going. Okay? I'm still going. So you gotta, you know what I mean? I've been doing this since a kid. So I know how to disappear and pop out. Oh, yes, they do that. They do that all the time. They always want to weaponize a man against you. But the thing is, those women have their karma set against them, because those men don't love them. Those men don't love them. Those men don't care about them. Those men don't respect them. They don't realize, like, you are sitting out here trying to attack another woman, but he knows you ain't doing shit. But you trying to attack a woman that's doing shit. Unless he's a complete piece of shit like you, he's going to do it with you. I done been through enough weirdo shit. You already know. I done been through enough weirdo shit. I done seen enough on both genders, both sides. Like, no. And the thing about weirdos like that, they not doing nothing. That's what kills me. They're not doing nothing. That's the part that kills me. Like, you want to stop me from talking stuff that I take the time to write down and talk about. You want to try to stop me, but you ain't doing shit. What? Make this make sense. Good. I'm not gonna put that across the face, but goddamn it, you right. No, listen. It's a woman right now. If I turned on the paper, if I turned on the paper on my computer and it said that bitch was underlined by like, I would not. There's some bitches that they were underlined right now by whoever they with. I would not be surprised. Whether it's my neighbor down the street, my neighbor across the street, I would not be fucking surprised. It's the man. I want to know the story behind the man who threw that bitch over the balcony and made her head pop like a watermelon. What the fuck was that about? They said she told him to get the fuck out and he threw her ass over the balcony. That's dark. I'm dead ass girl. I want to know what happened. They said he fucking was like, she was like, he had to get out and he threw her ass off that balcony, bitch. Like, bloop, bloop. I gotta get ready to take my ass up out of here because I gotta get up. I told her, like, what time I told her? 9:10. That was in Georgia. That was in Georgia. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, she was like, get out. Did I say 9:10? What time I said? Y'all heard that? Trey getting frustrated with me. She was getting frustrated with me. She got over it. Girl, I feel nothing for these. I mean, either girl. Provoke these men. They emasculate him and belittle him, knowing that he capable of doing. I don't feel any kind of way. I feel nothing for these idiots. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm cool. I'll be up because I'm up and I slept. So like I can go to sleep and get back up and I'll be up and the computer is not going in the room now because my desk is back. So no more computer in the room. So I'm happy about that. So that helps me sleep better too. And just get my phone and just play my sounds on my phone or listen to whatever I listen to on the phone and just go to sleep. Because my speaker be so loud, I can't play my speaker because my neighbor be like, my neighbor be knocking on the wall. I'll be like, why is he knocking on the wall? Like, who's sleeping in that living room, yo? Ain't you supposed to be in your bedroom? He stays sleeping in that living room. Girl, no, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, so you got to keep going because I'm going to tell you something like one woman said. She said, a woman said something slick like, somebody is always doing videos and they videos is less than 8 minutes and she knew that they was coming for her. And so she said she doubled down. She said she doubled down on making her videos. And she said she did that because she knows that women don't work. And when she said that, I was like, yo, bitch, you on to something because a lot of these bitches don't work. I was like, shorty is on to something. A lot of them really don't be working. She know what she's talking about. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, and I was like, yeah, because when you are working, those are the main ones that's in your face. It's another fucking woman that's in your shit. It's another fucking woman that got a problem with how hard you work. Do you ever notice when men work together, they work together? There's no woman in the fucking space. Let me show y'all something right now, yo. This is a fucking random Instagram that I fucking ran across. I want y'all to see this. I want y'all to just watch this. You see the studio? Y'all see the studio? Ain't no fucking women in this studio right now. Do you see the studio? Let me put it all the way through. There's no women in this studio. None whatsoever. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Look how they working so goddamn peacefully. I would love to be in that studio with them right now. Would you not want to be in here? I'll be just like him on the floor. Just chilling and creating and creating and creating and mixing and not saying nothing, just working. This is my point. And a lot of women, they despise women who work. They despise it. They hate it. They hate that you're not talking about a man. They hate the fact that you're not stressing about the bill. You know what it is? They're so groupie. They're mad at the fact that you are not out here complaining and having your life engulfed about a man. That is the real problem. I'm telling you, that's the problem. It was a young lady on TikTok, love her. She wrote a book before quantum leaping became a real science. She broke down crying. When I tell you this young lady would go in and talk about quantum leaping, this young girl, she was a Taurus. She talked about her sister who was an Aquarius. She was very, very smart. And she reminded me of a younger me. I could cry. I could fucking cry. And I noticed that all the comments were all of these older women, and they'll go, why is this important to talk about? You're a young lady. And I was like, no, y'all want her. She was brown skinned too. I was like, a black girl too. I said, y'all want her to be on this TikTok complaining about some dude, some boyfriend, some stud girlfriend. Y'all want drama. Y'all want this girl life to be filled with a bunch of pain and drama and frustration to fulfill your miserable lives. But when you see someone that's young like that, especially someone like me, I love it because that's the type of shit I was on when I was her age. So when you see someone young like that, that's on focused on opening a fucking book and reading it inside of a camera and talking about her philosophies and her scientific studies and wrote a book on it, that bothers your fucking spirit because you were not doing that. You was chasing some dude. You was chasing some dude in hopes that he would love you back, bitch. And that's what makes women mad. That's why everybody can't be in my world. Everybody can't be in my world. Nobody can get to know me like that. Like, nope. I don't let nobody close to me. Girl. I'm trying to tell you what it is, okay? And here's the thing too. Listen to this. Is my LA homie in here? I was just about to text you and see, are you here? You usually speak though. Anyway, I don't want to call you out. Listen. Women hate women who work. That's just the facts. Women hate women who work and also take themselves serious. Okay? I haven't heard the word neurotic in a long time. Women hate women who work and take themselves serious and actually make something out of the seriousness. Women hate women who work a 9 to 5 and do another type of work. Women hate it. Let's just call it what it is. That's what I had to learn. Women hate that shit. Women don't like when you take yourself serious as a woman and you're not stressed out by a man. That's what happens with these pygmies and these mammies. They get mad. They something about them that bothers them. Like, your life is nothing like theirs. That bitch at the old job was like, oh, because I want to know who you like. I said, I'm not a pick me. Because these guys at this job, I'm not a pick me. Who the fuck? I'm not wearing makeup for these niggas, nobody at this job. And what women like that don't understand is men are not going to be in my face. well, first of all, the manager ended up treating me very different when I started looking prettier. That was very interesting. That taught me a lesson. Beauty is currency, y'all. Beauty is definitely currency. But way more respect too. I was like, oh shit. Okay, but here's the thing. Men are not, they don't understand that depending on what type of male you're dealing with, they know what kind of woman you are. They're not going to approach you. They're not going to approach you. They're going to sense what kind of woman you are. A man knows if he's a man knows if that's not a pick me or a mammy. He can identify that, and he can not instantly, but the moment he talks to you, he knows. Oh, that's not a mammy. That's not a pick me. Yes, women just like Megan Thee Stallion. Infantilized her. Oh, Megan, you just need to do better. Your mama died. I'm like, yo, she's stupid. That man didn't want her. She's stupid. She was giving wife treatment to somebody who was barely her boyfriend. She's dumb. Let's not coddle her as if this grown ass woman did not know what mistake she made as a grown ass woman. That's what we absolutely will not do. And that's what pissed me off about the Megan Thee Stallion thing. Okay? I'm like, are you serious? Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we all know that. As divine feminine women, we know what type of men we have around us. We have the power to attract very upstanding males, very upstanding alpha males, not betters and simps. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And yes, yes, they do look at that. What kind of men are you around? What kind of men do you like? What kind of men are attracted to you? Who do you men pay attention to this on a very high scale? Same here. I only am accompanied by alpha men who are determined, creative, artistic, go-getters. I'm never around just any male. I'm just saying. These women are ridiculous. They are causing their own problems. They are trying to cause problems for other women. These women are extremely jealous and envious, and they're to a point they can't control their jealousy and envy. It's in their eyes, it's in their body language. They don't even know that they're doing it. It's that damn bad. I have been looking at women weird since my last job, and how weird women was acting when I put on makeup. I've been looking at women weird since that day. I look at women very weird now. Every time a pretty woman, a woman that's pretty, that has some kind of je ne sais quoi about herself, and I could just probably just put on lip gloss or something and walk outside. I'm not even dressed all the way up. I could just look cute for the day. And bitch, you got a problem. Whether old or young, bitch, you got a problem. I look at bitches weird. And this is why you get treated weird by these dudes. And this is why they throw you off of balconies and pop your head like a fucking watermelon. Terrifying the whole neighborhood. Because you bitches are fucked up and y'all fucking annoying and y'all stressful. Y'all bitches are stressful. And y'all corny as fuck. And whack. Yes. Isn't that something? Nope. Nope. Money driven, athletic, that body, that's it. I ain't say that part. Athletic body, very ambitious, very ambitious. Keep his word. If he say he's gonna have a meeting with you at this time during this day, he's gonna have a meeting with you at that time during this day. He's not gonna back down. He will come to you for the work. He won't fucking try to rip you off for your, like, nah. Very ambitious. I have to agree with that. That's me. My manager just did a whole show. He just did a whole show. And I have it sitting right here to watch it for later. Or probably tomorrow when I wake up, I'm going to watch the whole thing and I'm going to give him a review on it. I might blog on it. Did a whole performance of music from his album. Okay? Strictly business, yes. And that's the best way to deal with males. That's the best way to deal with them. So, I mean, and that's another thing too. Believe it or not, high powered wig. Believe it or not, that's another thing that makes these mammies and pick-me's jealous, is because we are able to attract those type of men as divine feminines. Oh, you have to serve a purpose. You have to. I say that all the time. The divine feminine, that's how we operate. We are ascended women over here. Okay? Ascended women are always seeking what benefits in her life. How do I benefit knowing you? How am I benefiting being connected to you? How do I benefit? Yeah, No, I'm good. I have no male friends. I have no male besties. I know plenty of women who do. I have no male friends. I have no male besties. I don't live like that. I have males that I work with for business. I don't have no male friends. I have a male who I knew as a friend from my past. We went to college together. And he contacted me from Instagram. And I didn't know it was him until I knew it was him. And I didn't follow him back, but I saw that it was him. I looked at the page. I was like, oh, that's him, because I couldn't tell. But I don't plan to get no contact with him because I'm not trying to be his friend. I'm not trying to be his friend. I'm good. We can say hello from Instagram. He can like my pictures. He can say hello from there, and we can take it from there. Well, I gotta calm down now. I got company. My kid's back. She gonna be here for a while, so I gotta chill out with my live streams. I gotta probably start streaming a little earlier now in the day. You my friend, yeah, but give nothing, right? But see, that's the thing. That's what I talked about from the the feminine school, is men who are your friends don't respect you, especially if you telling him all your business and you talking to him like a real bestie. Women just word vomit when it comes to having besties. I'm not saying you do that, but you get what I'm saying. Like, he don't fucking trust you. He don't respect you. Yeah, and then no, I don't want him. Yeah, and then that's another thing. You don't want this male bestie claiming you. Girl, no. Like, that shit mad childish. Why do I have a male bestie? I don't have besties. I have homies. That sounds better. I got homies. Girl, I was just saying, like, I'm good. the neighbor was all like, oh, I have a male friend. Everybody always thinks something this and that. I'll be like, y'all just be telling on y'all. So just shut up, bitch. Just have your male bestie and shut the fuck up. Because you don't want to hear what I gotta say. I'll be like, I'm one of them. I don't believe men and women are friends. It'll be a whole discussion because I said that. Like, no, don't talk to me about that. I don't care. You bitches are weird. That's why fucking Saucy Santana was like, don't nobody want to be you bitches. You bitches always complaining about your baby daddy getting your hair done. Y'all be mad dusty and clean. Because Saucy Santana is a man that is seen as a girl, so the girls trust him. And therefore he see all this shit that these bitches do. And so that's why he dragged them like he did. That's why he dragged them like that. And I'm like, yo, that's how your male bestie feels about you. Have you ever, high power wig, have you ever talked to a guy that tells you about a chick that he know that has no female friends, but she has a bunch of male friends? Do you ever hear how he talk about that bitch like she's slow and retarded? Like, he always talk about that bitch like she retarded, bro. That's what always made me leery about having male friends, bro. Like, yo, how that nigga talk about me, yo? I don't like that shit. I remember one time, like, this dude was telling me, he was like, he's like, Shorty went to the beach, right? She said she was a Christian. He said she went to the beach and she was picky about having on a bathing suit. Yo, this bitch had on panties under her bathing suit. This grown ass woman had panties under her bathing suit. And he was just getting aggravated with her because he was just like, bitch. Can you imagine? I hope you heard that high power wig because I know you're going to put LOL in all caps. They just be, they be dragging these bitches, bro. You know what? You know what I always say? I have a theory. I developed this theory in my 40s. And I don't think it was in my 40s, but maybe whenever I developed this theory, right? I feel like because men are conscious in their own kind of way, right? And they're instinctual in their own kind of way, that if they're constantly around women who are not elevated and these women who are dumb, I think subconsciously he knows he's not going to elevate. And that's where his hate comes from. And I also feel like when he, the resentment, like if he's around too much stupid women, if he does meet a woman he likes and she's actually a divine feminine woman, he can't be in the presence of her because she's so different from what he's used to. You know what I'm saying? Men who do good for themselves align themselves with women just like themselves. Yes, true. People stay in relationships they don't like. That is wild, right? In their lives, but it's crazy because low lives. Yeah, that's what I believe. That's what I'm saying. My theory is I think they know that. I think subconsciously they know like these bitches are low lives and I'm a low life. They're not going to get more than what they got. And I feel like also subconsciously, if they were raised by their mother, they'll feel like that's why they don't have what they have. I'm telling you, I'm not bragging or nothing. I'm being honest with you. I look at my children, especially my sons, like they are very mature, upstanding children. But they also raised with their grandparents too, so that's going to help as well. Yes, and he hates that. Yeah, that's it. That's why he can't be in the presence of a divine. He don't deserve a divine feminine. He won't treat a divine feminine right. I define feminine right. I've seen dudes that I can just energetically feel that they just don't like me, and I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing but exist or just speak or just they're not used to that kind of energy of a woman. Oh shit. Only wives I know is my sister-in-laws. All these boys don't even be married. These mammies and stuff, they be saying they be divorced and shit. Some of them never married. They always got some male friend around them. They refer to guys that they talk to as their friend. They're mad childish and weird. That's all they talk about is dick and men. That's all they talk about. They don't got nothing else going on in their lives. They don't know how to have nothing else going on in their lives. They don't know. No, hell no, it's not in them. That's why I was saying to you, going back to that topic, like, don't stop. These people, trust me, they ain't doing shit. They ain't doing shit. Yep. A man who got disciplined will work for the woman he wants. Yes, this is what we talk about, the divine feminine. That's how you have to remain and be who you are. I learned the hard lesson with that. You have to remain and be who you are and stay away from these pick me's and these fucking mammies because they will ruin it for you. They will fucking ruin it. You're the alpha manager job. I'm fucking dead. I believe you. You got all them betters and simps. I can't stand betters and simps. I never thought I could despise a better and a simp as much as I do now. Because you know what? Let me tell you something, Hot Power Wig. I'm gonna leave it here. Like, yo. Let me tell you something. Do you remember how women used to sell hair and do nails, and women were doing the damn thing, right? Remember, women were doing the damn thing. I mean, especially black women. That it wasn't not a dull moment. A black bitch was not selling hair. Remember that? Okay. How do we go from? We went from not how. Notice how we went from trans rights. Notice how we went from all this I'm autistic shit and all isms and disms to women now being on OnlyFans. Some states had a nerve to say, we cutting off the hub. You can't have the hub in your town, because I was like, oh, I know why. Because local people was on there getting exposed. Got you. That's why you blocking it. But then now all you bitches are on the hub and only on OnlyFans. I don't even see a bitch selling hair no more. And that was the hit. I don't even barely see bitches doing hair like that. That was the hit. So you gonna tell me that's what you just not doing? So when these simps and betters and all this shit, because they're the men that hate women the most, and they're the ones that want to see women in the low positions where they are today. I was realizing that shit. I was like, yo, what happened, bro? There used to be women that were artists that was out there. Like, where are we? What happened to us? It's not a dull moment a bitch not on OnlyFans. I said, well, goddamn. You on OnlyFans too, bitch? You on OnlyFans too, bitch? Bitch, you got what? Everybody's got OnlyFans. Are y'all not realizing that just put yourself in the porn industry? You're not realizing the consequences of this shit? No, I'm good. Even though that's not how it started, because I was gonna get on there to do my tarot readings and stuff, right? You know, to do the readings I really want to do and shit and get paid for that. But I'm glad I didn't, yo. Goddamn, motherfucker would have been thinking my motherfucking cleavage being out as my OnlyFans and shit. You know what I mean? Hell no. Girl. What's good? Hot Power Wig. Want to send us off? What else you got to say, love? What about your Gen X coworker? Let's talk about it. What happened to your Gen X coworker? I gotta plug this phone up. Let me check on Rissa though. She said she wanna do OnlyFans in her pantry while gardening. Huh? What, she gonna be topless? Hold on, wait. Wait. I'm trying to understand this. Hold on. Hold on. You made me get my chips. Hold on. I'm trying to understand this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't go nowhere. Hold on. Let me get my chips. She wants to do OnlyFans in her pantry while gardening. People will tell you indirectly what their financial situation they in. Well, it is summertime. Look up Nunzi. Men competing against women with BBL. Girl, no. That BBL shit scared me. I used to want one of those. I did. I swear, my child. Something else. Where the hell did I have these chips? How about you sit down? But hold on though, I'm back. Canadian men are the baddies and the women are most men out there. Yeah, them women are pretty aggressive in Canada, right? They be all bodybuilders and shit. The men be all soft and shit, right? Well, no, I met a Canadian guy that was pretty buff. Now I had to take that back. Them metalhead Canadian dudes ain't nothing to fuck with. Yeah, they ain't shit to fuck with, bro. I'm fucking dead though. Can we get back to this? What, she gonna be topless while gardening? Is that what she gonna do? I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? I'm glad I'm talking to you because you're gonna get it. As a woman, as the feminine energy, it's natural for you to copy, right? It's natural for you to channel. It's natural for you to receive energy. So you can copy it. You can channel through it. It can be your muse, and you can become the muse in which you channel. You can look at a woman who has a similar look to you, and her whole entire style and her whole entire energy, and you can do the same exact thing as that woman, right? And even capture the essence of what makes that woman so beautiful, right? When you do it sincerely. There's women that they don't know, they're not in tune enough to realize what they're channeling as a woman. So that means like, and as I'm talking to you, there's a picture on my wall where two women are lips apart and they're about to kiss each other. And you can tell from the picture it's an interracial couple because one woman, she has like a fro and the other woman hair is down. So I keep looking at this picture while I'm talking to you, right? And so energetically, what that's saying to me is like the woman, and it's a shadow picture, so I can't see their faces or anything. The woman who's not in tune with herself, she will channel something from another woman and try to do something, because you know women are competitive, and try to do something in competition to that other woman and get herself into something that is the word that she can't bargain for. Is that the word? Is that how you say it? Like something she can't bargain for, or something in that terms, right? And what I'm saying is like, I'm not speaking for this woman, I'm just saying in general, a woman will see another woman's on OnlyFans, and that bitch might just have her toes done and her feet, and she might just have some rings on her toes, and she goes on OnlyFans and she shows her feet, and everybody is paying her for her feet, right? And so she tries to go on OnlyFans and do the same thing as that woman, but she doesn't get the same results. And the woman who's not in tune, she's so busy trying to be in competition and be spiteful that she don't realize that there's something energetic about that woman and her feet that makes her feet, for men to be wanting to pay for what her feet looks like or whatever she does to her feet. Do you get what I'm saying? Are you still here? And so therefore, if women are not careful, they don't even know why they're doing what they're doing. That's why I'm very, very mindful of my energy. I'm very protective of my energy. Very protective of my energy. And because of that, yeah. Because I'm so protective of my energy, I'm mindful of that type of shit. That's the porn industry. When you say OnlyFans, when you say the hub, that's the porn industry. Once I energetically go on anything like that, that means I am now in the porn industry. And I'm in the film industry, but I'm not in that film industry. And I don't want to, and I'm not trying to be in that film industry. So I keep that type of thing in mind as I work. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of these women, they don't have that level of self-reflection. Anyway, y'all, it has been an absolute delight talking to y'all and hosting. It's been absolutely fun. It is time for me to go to bed for a little bit before I get back up again. I can't promise you I don't know when I'll be back, but I'll be back. And we'll continue to Divine Femi9 School unless something comes up and I start talking about something else, but it is what it is. Anyway, it's been fun, y'all. And don't forget, we're going to also read the 7 powers of questions that's going to be on the next list. Things to do. Item out.